Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, January the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Hello, Real. Quick sound check, please. And can you see my screen? A couple of yeses will help me. Thank you. All right, let's get at it. So I did take a short this morning. Interestingly, if you look at PSTV, PSTV had some news this morning, press release. PSTV, come on. You're going to note the similarities between PSTV and HOTV or HOTH. So look at the 200-day moving average, $2.01. So what did it get to? A little bit above it. I actually wanted to short this one. I could have sworn Interactive Brokers had shorts when it was up here, but when I went to short it, it didn't have any more shorts. And then the other one, though, was HOTH. HOTH, again, the similarities, had a press release. Look at the 200-day moving average, 130. What did it get to? 134. Was able to get this. They did have shorts. No shorts now, I see. But they did have shorts and got around 127. And I'm completely covered out. But just, again, the power of that 200-day moving average. At least the first attempt, anyway. IMMX. So this had quite the day yesterday. IMMX. Yeah, it's gapping up again today, but remember yesterday it got all the way up to 870 and it sold off down to 572. So, but it is back over, not at the high of yesterday, but it's up 29%, ton of volume, only 1 million in the float, so obviously going to be super active again today. I don't know how to read this press release. I mean, I know how to read, but I mean, this is a cannabis play, FLGC, I believe, unless they're doing something differently again. But it said something to do with distribution of products in Walmart. How can that be? It says here, company announces expand its product distribution through Walmart and Coppel in Mexico. So maybe, okay, so maybe it's nothing to do with the United States, Walmart in the States or in Mexico. VALN, this could be an interesting one. I don't think there was much volume. 12,000 shares last time I looked. Yeah, it's only 18,000 shares, but a big gap down so far, guys. VALN, bio. Can't see any specific news on it. So again, this may not hold. I mean, because the volume is very low. But right now, it's down 7%. I'm sorry, 13%. NRBO. All right, so this is up. Can't see any specific news on it. Had the big day yesterday, of course, or big rebound day, we should say, or call it. And don't see any specific news for it today. Mavis, this was a former memer, I believe. Anyway, I'm sure it was. MVIS, remember these days? Remember when it got up to $28? Had the tremendous several month run. I don't see any news for it. I'm just glancing at the news headlines. Don't see any specific news for it. Will be interesting if it can regain 6. Now this is the one I'm really interested in. ISPC, getting back over 10. You can see it's got some room. If it gets back over 10, the next high in the daily chart is 1235. So getting over 10 will be pretty key. It's already up 21%. Going to participate in a Wainwright conference, and also Craig Hallam initiates a buy rating with a price target of 20. So there is a little bit of news on that one today. ISBC. And NTX, ENTX. Big pullback though. Got all the way up to 553. Big pullback down to 3. That's the one I think William said you shorted that one. FDA agrees to a phase 3 study. That was their news. Well, it is. It's 977 now. ISPC. I mean, barely, but it is over. 966. We have the VWAP at. We have it at 966. Whether yours is at 971 or 966, 979. Last time I looked, is over the VWAP. Definitely keep an eye on that ISBC. I mean, it takes out that 10. All right, little pop for the GNPX. GNPX, a little bit of a pop here for GNPX. It's still down for the day. Big flyer from yesterday. Trying to come back though. It's only down 13 cents from yesterday's close. It's still through that 200-day moving average, of course. Had a big day yesterday, huge volume. Traded 248 million shares, 45 million in the float. You can do the math. I mean, that's a huge float turnover for a stock with 45 million in the float. All right, let's take a look at CGEM was another one. I forgot to mention CGEM. CGEM. See if it's still hanging in there. Company announces the FDA granted breakthrough therapy designation. All right, so they did have some news for CGEM. A low float, 21 million in the float. Definitely keeping an eye on this GNPX, especially if it goes positive. Just needs another 15 cents or so. 15 cents exactly. So I'm going to stick an alert. What's the price? I'm going to stick an alert just up around here. Now, I did see this one earlier also, the ENSC. I just find this difficult. This seems to do the same thing. Look at the daily chart on it. All these topping tails, you know, they get us all excited getting over that. Well, here is where I really started watching, wanting to see if it could take out 5. You can see it was really struggling to take out 5. It's a low float, 7.7 million. They do seem to have some news. It achieved a successful completion of Part A, of multiple ascending, etc., etc. So there is some news on it. I just find it difficult. It butts its head up against 5. Now, granted, actually, I didn't realize where I was these 2 days because it actually got through 5 in a fairly big way. I might be thinking of another stock. You too, Linda. All right, it's 9:11, so I'm going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we had this morning. The analysts were definitely busy yesterday. We had a ton of upgrades, a lot of downgrades. Let's take a look to see if there's anything interesting. They're a little late at getting me the information, so I'm just going to have to wait a bit here. See what, here it is. Wow. Can't get them all in, guys, but they're working overtime now, the analysts. We've got a lot of upgrades, a few more downgrades, so let me get a few of them in. What I'm really looking for, okay, we have an upgrade from Goldman, NTRS. NTRS, I'll take a look at that when I finish this. Solar stocks seem to be getting an upgrade. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'm going to take a look at, I want to see NTRS to see what it's doing right now. Nothing. Okay. Wow, PSTV. Okay, guys, PSTV has come back in a big way, and it's right at that 200-day again, over the 200-day moving average. Look at that. There's the green line. That is the 200-day moving average. So this might have some legs. Let me get the downgrades in now. As I say, quite a few more downgrades than upgrades this morning. Couple of downgrades for SHW, Sherwin-Williams. Just a few more to go. Quite a few downgrades this morning, guys. All right, there you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. APAM had a downgrade from Goldman. No action yet. APAM. Yeah, VMAR is on my on the actives up. Yeah, it's up 19%. I just kind of thought maybe this might stall it around just around over 6, just over 6, but it is a nice gap up, good volume, and on a very, very, very low float. GNPX doesn't look that healthy right now. CPIX is triggering. Let's see what it's doing. CPIX. Yeah, CPIX is triggering a little bit here. Another low float, 8.2. Wow, look at this. Got some room, guys. Got some room. Next high looking left on the daily is around 630. Then after that, about 658. And then after that, way up here at 760. So there's something coming in. Acquires, so they've done an acquisition. That is the news on it. This is shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers. Cumberland acquires Sankuso from Kirin. 13.5 million payment to Kiowa. So they've done an acquisition. It's a little late, man. That was one to hammer down. Lots of shorts available. 100,000 at IB anyway. CPIX. So we're in for a positive open. Let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening. The major sectors anyway. Click on New from our toolbar. Click on Dock Channel Bar. And then take a look at the sector status. And it's a glimpse at what we can expect at the open anyway. So 100%, look at this, 100% of all the energy stocks are up from yesterday's close. That's what this means, that 100%. Ooh, there's the ISPC. So wild action now for the ISPC, just over 10. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, look at that wild action, guys, and I just took out below 10 again. All right. So technology, 71, 77%. So is there a weak sector? I guess we could call healthcare the weak sector. It's only 50-50 right now anyway. Utilities, 50-50. But other than that, all the sectors are positive to start the day. Man, that was miserable on the ISPC. Why I was pausing is I was really looking to take it around that 10-20 mark. Just watching the way it was trading, and then a spread widened, and then it just gave up 10 in a flash. So evidently not quite ready yet. Now again, we look at this an hour from now, and it could be very, very different. Look at communications, 92% are up. So again, all that means, what we're talking, when I say up, 92% communication stocks that make up XLC are up from yesterday's close. Yeah, I saw that SGNX, somebody mentioned it earlier, and yeah, look at this. Saw this, I saw the pop up over $1, and then it's just completely given it up. Well, PSTV hasn't quite escaped that 200-day moving average. Yeah, you're looking at the next high, I think looking left, aren't you? Or approximately anyway. Might be a fib, but that's going to be very much like, I've got 1235. I mean, if ISPC can hold over 10 with any authority, then you just look left, and 3 days ago it was up at 1235. That would work. All right, Hoth is trying to come back. Now let's just see what would happen if it could take out the 200-day. 130, if it took out the 200-day moving average, what potentially could happen? Let's back this weekly chart out. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't look... I mean, there's 132. The next high after that is 134, 137, 136. There seems to be a lot of action just over that 200-day moving average anyway. Okay, so Scott, I think that's on your end, okay? I believe in YouTube there's a way of selecting high definition HD. I think it's on your end. It's nothing to do with how I'm projecting. There's a setting when you get into YouTube. Maybe there's a gear somewhere, and just make sure you've got HD selected. So yes, please. We have another trading room. I call it the main trading room. YouTube is it's okay, but we have another trading room, and it looks like this. A lot more action in it, more comments, etc. Okay, and I just put the link in if you want to head over there. Just give me a moment. I want to go to YouTube. Yeah, if you click on the gear, Scott. Sorry, Scott. If you click on the gear, and then it says there are some, you'll get a little pop up, and it says quality. Okay, and I would change that then to whatever the top is. Usually there's an HD or something like that. Yeah, YouTube is easy to get into, but again, it's not as active. This is what I call the main trading room. Yeah, this ISPC, man, oh man. I mean, I was you heard me when I was talking about it, and I was pausing. I was watching this right here on the. I mean, it got up to. Is that right? It got up to 1054. I didn't see that, but what I was watching was like 10, 10, 15, 10, 20, 10, 15, 10, 20, and then it just dropped. So I'm glad I held off, obviously. And by the way, guys, the promo is still on. I'm surprised. So there is still a promotion on to get 25% off. I'm almost pretty sure today must be the last day. SLQT is drifting down here. Billy is drifting down, BILI. Just okay, Paradox. Hello. A little more expensive, guys, and let's see what the volume is like. But VALN is definitely weak. I don't see any news on it. But VALN is, I mean, the volume is not there yet. When I first saw it was 12,000. That was about an hour ago. So really the volume is not picked up, but it's down $8. Down 15.5%. I'm fine, Doctor Paradox. Mr. Zach, I'm not sure you were here yesterday, were you? Thank you, William. Yes, 1 minute to the open. So let's have a great second day of the year trading, everybody. Just give me one moment, please. Fjord, if I can pronounce that. It's probably a terrible pronunciation, but that sounds Scandinavian. Welcome. All right, we're now open. Let's see what happens today. We had a couple of fabulous ones from the option scanner yesterday. Dutch, okay. Okay, guys, here's the PSTV. Just slightly over that 200-day moving average still. Yeah, GNPX is sick. Nothing, maybe tomorrow, but it doesn't look good today, GNPX. Well, there's the PSTV holding now, holding that 200-day moving average. NRBO, guys, NRBO was up to 190 in the pre-market. To me, a lot of resistance right around this 180 mark, though. Yeah, not even close on that. And look at Jewel continuing its descent into the abyss. Look at Jewel. Oh man, if you guys weren't here yesterday. Now this one had the great day yesterday, AUVI. So it's challenging yesterday's high, 375. Next high looking left would be 420, or sorry, 467. So this has got it takes out yesterday's high. It's got a ton of room still. All right, Mavis right back up, guys. MVIS. Pre-market high was around 618 or so. It's not a clean daily. I mean, there's little pockets of resistance, but of course, remember these months back here when it got all the way up to 28 almost. This could be I mean, not much volume yet, but I mean, relative volume, huge for this CGEM. I think it did have some news. A relatively low float, 21 million in the float. This got up to, $21 pre-market. All right, so the market has opened positive. Dow's up, SPY's up. NAS is basically flat, so there's a minor disconnect happening. Well, the Hoff, good one, Dak. This is I think it's an Alzheimer play, yeah. And you're going to be happy here, I think. Hoth just got halted. Usually that first halt is pretty good, HOTH. All right, well, some of the flyers this morning, ISPC, the VMAR, a couple others I'm looking at are not. They're basically giving it up. So I typically bide my time. First 15 minutes, I don't trade too much. Ford had a downgrade, if you can believe it. Well, I guess it's not that curious, I suppose, but I think Ford had a downgrade this morning. I don't know who did that, but look at Ford, my goodness. I don't think I've ever seen Ford in the 10-day daily breakout. I mean, it's an all-time high. Yeah, Ford all-time high. Amazing. Well, let's take a look at HOTH to see where it could open. No real clue yet. 135, 136, so it's halted at 135. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is giving a glimpse to see where it might open when it resumes, but there's no real clue yet. My guess is that it'll open higher, but nothing you can do about it right now. Anyway, you can't get it. You have to wait for it to open. RKDA, this was an active one yesterday. RETA, RETA. All right, guys, I'm not seeing, I'm not getting any more alerts. Man, Ford, I didn't take this. You mean ahead of time? Not with our program anyway. I mean, we can usually have a pretty good idea when a stock is really moving quickly. If you're in this room, you'll hear comments like, this looks like it's going to get halted or something to that effect. But to have a specific, this is going to get halted, no. Not from us anyway. Okay, look at this, guys. I mean, look at the PSTV. I mean, it did not. I mean, it got a little bit above that 200-day moving average, and then it just gave it up. So I think that's probably done for a while anyway. All right, HOTH just resumed. Nice one. DAC, you had a little pop from was halted at 135. Oh, this is really moving now, guys. Well, I shorted this one. I did really well on the short in the pre-market, but and we just got halted again. You can see, I mean, moving up too quickly, well, it's rapid acceleration. Wow, HIMX continues after yesterday. Look at this gap down yesterday. Now here's Avro. All-time low, guys. All-time low now for Avro. All right, well, it's showing up here on the 10-day daily breakdown. There are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I think did Avro have some news? Company reported it is shifting its portfolio priorities to focus on other, etc., etc. So shifting its priorities, not good news for existing shareholders. And that's the AVRO. Or what a dog ISPC turned out to be. There's a new head of OPEC also. Isn't there some guy who's from Kuwait, I believe? Well, I mean, the market is still positive, but most of the things I'm seeing are just giving it up. Avro guys, this is my one of my favorite setups. All-time low on bad news. Hut, HUT, this is a Bitcoin play, I guess. So I see Bitcoin is on the move a little bit here. I'm looking at BITO. So this is a Bitcoin play, HUT, Canadian company. Okay, so all of these scans that I am sharing a lot of scans, including these. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, excuse me, just get my homepage link in. If you go to my homepage, you will see all the scans that I am sharing, okay, including these 4 right here. There are more, but so if you click on my homepage link, click, and you will see my scans, okay? Here are my scans. And these are the top 5 are my favorites, okay? I'll tell you that right now. The top 5 are my favorites. Grits, guys, grits. How is this one doing? Another one is it an all-time low? No, not quite an all-time low, but it is being hit. Oh no, that's why we're here. Okay, don't be nobody who's new in the room, even if you're old in the room. Don't be afraid to ask questions. That's why we're here. Didn't get the grits. Didn't get the grits. But I did get the Avro. All right, guys, Avro is turning out pretty nicely. Grits. I waited just a little bit on this one, so there was the alert at 283. I actually got it at 284. And I was surprised because, that uptick rule, but I got a almost an instant fill. All right, I covered some at 66 from 284, covered some at 266. Great little percentage move so far. And that's the AVR. Oh. Wow, I did not get the grits. Grits is coming into the 200-day moving average. Well, it's so far enough away. It's about $1 away. So it's hard for me to answer a question like that, Hamza. I mean, somebody asked in the YouTube room regarding Hoth, can it continue to push? Anything can happen. I'm sorry, I don't have a crystal ball. I have no idea if it'll continue to push after this pullback. No idea. I mean, it's a low float, 19.8 million in the float. It's traded 42 million. So, I mean, it's traded the float many times. Well, how many times? A little over 2 times. So, I mean, if it rests here a little bit and starts to move on volume, anything is possible. You just have to listen to me, Ram. Typically when I'll say, you're not going to hear me say, okay, everybody, you should take this AVRO short, okay? You have to make up your own mind and on your, with your trading plan if it makes sense to you. But if I say things like, well, guys, AVRO, this is just about my favorite setup, okay? A stock making a 10-day breakdown, not only that, an all-time low, and on bad news. So you can read between the lines. If it makes sense to you to do it, go for it. If it doesn't, then you don't do it. Yeah, INDP, let's see, INDP 679. Well, that was a pretty good alert there, but I have to admit I am more interested in the short end of this, though the long end, the 10-day daily breakouts last week really produced some excellent winners. But I have to admit I'm more biased on the short side, especially when you get the stocks that are with the bad news. Now, grits, I don't know what the news is. I mean, you look at the news, it looks all good. And they had news in the pre-market. See, I mean, you look at this. I mean, there was the news. It's a virus play, okay? And so this was released pre-market, looked pretty good. The market opens, splat. Boy, grits is a great one. GRTS, I'm calling it grits. If you took this one, the next lows looking left are around, looks like around the 1050 mark. If you actually took this one, so just be aware of that. Okay, guys, I'm just looking. Maybe you want to keep an eye and see if the volume is picked up at all. VALN. VALN. Yeah, the volume is still very light. I guess we just have to forget about it. I was very interested in a short on this one because, I mean, just look underneath. Look at the room it's got underneath. But the volume is just putrid, so... Well, grits, my goodness. This is just getting pummeled here. Next I'm waiting for is my option scanner. So again, just a word for those of you who are new, what this one is looking for. Stocks having abnormal option activity. I don't trade the options. I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. It has to be 3 times normal. So whatever it did over the last 10 days on average, it has to be at least 3 times that before I'll see it. I don't get too many alerts there, which is exactly what I want. I do not want a lot. Oh, man. Well, sort of happy with the Avro. The Avro gave me a nice percentage move in a fairly quick period of time, but this grits is just, GRTS, it is just getting slammed here. The reverse scanner. You're talking about the bounce from Zach? I put a 20-minute delay, so I won't see anything in the first 20 minutes. But of interest, yeah, grits is actually showing as a potential bounce play. Oh, my option scanner. It must not, because I have it flipped also, but I'm not getting that one, JNPX. And the reason is, what would be the reason? I think I know the reason. Yeah, so I have a minimum price of $3. Okay, so it's under 3, so you probably got it when it was under 3. Yeah, so I do have it, and I won't see it now because it's under 3. I don't find they work as well for some reason. Even though I've got a pretty strong short bias on most things, but I just don't find it works that well on the option side for some reason. All right, give me one moment. I got these 2 eyes staring at me. Just give me a moment. All right, how did some of these do? I'm not hearing them over and over again. Just for those new, what this means here, this DR, this means don't repeat. Okay, DR. So the 10-day daily breakdown. So for instance, this is a good example of it. You can see the first alert we had for GRTS was at 9:44, 11:19. Okay, that's the first alert. In this scan here, you will see every time GRTS makes a new low. So the reason I do it like this is I can go back in time and I can say, okay, in this scan, this was the first alert. What did it do from there? So you can tell from 11:19 down to 10:41 is awesome. The Avro, I mean, it did get, I did okay on it. I was hoping it would get down to the 250s, and it still might later on. I'm completely out of it, but I mean, it might. I was able to offload most of it around that 266 mark. So the same thing, I can look at forward and say, okay, 9:35, we had an alert. The price was 22.87. What is it now? You can kind of see, okay, what happened after that alert? Wow, look at Snap just getting pummeled here. Yeah, so Oxy is on Zach's scan as a potential top. There it is. Try to get through 33. Could not do it so far. So a potential short. Oh man, I'm kicking myself for not getting into this GRTS short. I mean, there's a dollar move, guys. It probably wasn't hard to get. It's only down 16%. So when this happened, it was probably not down. Sure, it was not down 10%. So the uptick rule would not have been in effect. All right, I do see 9 from the AI. Let's take a look at 9 and 170. Looks like the next high looking left. Kind of interesting. So this is so energy plays are in vogue today. Yeah, Avro still looks weak. I'm not in it anymore, but it still looks weak. Well, let's see how well Oxy is trying to challenge that 33 again. Well, oh, there's the Avro even. Man, oh man. Two great ones right here, guys. All you needed. Grits and Avro. And our friendly bot in YouTube trying to disrupt. All right. The pitter patter of happy feet here. All right, Chloe. Okay. Ah, you know my sound alert is the oink oink oink. It's driving me crazy. Well, there's the 200-day moving average. Is that going to hold it up? I mean, there it is, 987 at 982. Is that going to hold it up? No, I guess not. Wow. So waiting on this Oxy to see if it keeps stalling around that 33 mark. I'm definitely interested in a short on it. No more. Yeah, B-Bio was all over the place yesterday. And even today, I mean, look at this, up to 1814, all the way down to 1640. It was all over the place yesterday also. And TSP, that was the other one that was hammered and was trying to crawl back. Yeah. I'm watching OXY, Oxy guys, OXY, see if it really, it looks like it's not wanting to get through 33. I'm going to have to turn off my sound alert. It's driving me crazy. Grits is... No, I covered most of it. Well, not covered most of it. I've covered it all. I know it's doing. I know it's still doing well. I mean, both of them, Avro and Grits, but Grits especially. All right, guys. Oxy. Just keeping an eye on this, see if it gives it up a little bit more. I'm sure Grits will bounce at some point, but man, GRTS, what's the next low looking? Wow, way down here. The next low on the monthly chart is 853, I believe. Yeah, well, actually, 947 2 months ago. So it's right at that level, the 2 months ago level. All right, NLS, somebody was in the YouTube room, NLSP. So there's the 200-day. That's far enough away. It's 270, $2.70. That is far enough away. What's the next high looking left is $2. Then after that is at 283, the 270. So it's got room. You know, you're chasing it now though. And Easy Go just got halted. Easy Go just got halted. EZGO just got halted. Seems they're going to have earnings after the market tomorrow. Market closes tomorrow. You know, and with the grits, there was if you took grits, if you took that short, there would be no reason at all to take anything off yet. I mean, look at this 2 minute chart. Minor little stall right there, and that was very minor. I mean, even on a 2 minute chart, this has been straight down. I mean, the 5, of course, straight down, the 15 straight down. What do you mean the market is closed tomorrow? It's not closed tomorrow. The next market closure, I think, is Martin Luther King Day. I'm not sure what date that is, in January sometime, but oh, really? No. Okay. Yeah, just yeah, the mark. I mean, after the mark. Well, close after hours. I should have said after hours. Sorry. Well, you were right about the Oxy reel. Oxy had more left. Nice break here on the 5 minute chart. All right. Well, let's see what the NLSP getting. I mean, that 200 day is far enough away. All right. So easy go just resumed. Easy go just resumed. Don't see any specific news on it. Keep an eye on the NLSP, guys. This has some potential here. Little pause. NLSP, a little bit of a pause here. And see if it's a low float, 6 million in the float. There was some news on it, I guess. Announces a patent issuance. Somebody, I think Zach or somebody posted that already. So actually, that worked out pretty well. I mean, from 2 to 235 before it pulled back. You know, I would take that. I wasn't in it, but I'm really interested in seeing how well it holds 2. INDP 679. What did it do after? Not much. Okay, just watching the NLSP right here to see how well it holds 2. How did the MIMO do? MIMO 574. Nothing. Okay. I'm just kind of concentrating on the NLSP, guys. See how well it holds 2. Just kind of flitting around that area. There's a pullback right now. If it gets over 210 again, I think it has the possibility of a little bit of a run. So I'm going to stick an alert up here. You might want to keep an eye on IMMX. IMMX is trying to rally a little bit here. IMMX, just looking here, trying to rally some bottoming tails. But this is a really awful looking 15-minute chart, guys. Why? Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails, lots of indecision. All right, NLSP coming back now off that 2. So we have now a disconnect in the market. You can see right here, guys, where the Dow is up, SPY is up, but look at NAS, it's down. So there's a disconnect in the market. NAS, of course, heavy on the technology stocks. So we've got value stocks versus growth stocks. So right now the value stocks are leading the way. Continuing to watch this NLSP. I thought maybe that little foray over 2 might get it rolling, but maybe not. All right, guys, it is 10:20. There's the Easy Go, guys. The Easy Go, which was halted, and then it resumed, and it's on the move here. Easy Go, EZGO. But to me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance not that far away. All right, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, live on the mic, sharing my screen. Now, I may be completely wrong. I was so wrong on that other one yesterday about resistance areas. I mean, and that one just tore through. I can't remember what it was. It was from the option scanner. But, well, there it goes. Okay, good. Grits is finally a bounce. Yeah, finally. That's a big bounce, too. I mean, right off 9, all the way back up to 985. So we still have a big promo on. This, I'm pretty sure. I'll be very surprised if it's still active tomorrow, but take advantage of it if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and get 25% off. Okay, just put my homepage link in. So when you click on my homepage link, and my tab is here also, so you can access it all day from my tab. There's the link. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So there is the promo code. It is still active. New Year 25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and you'll see we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium, $22.68 a year minus that 25%. That works out to about, I think about $450 a day or $460 a day, something like that. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. That's a little over $2 a day. The big difference, there's only one alert so far today. Big difference is the AI. I'll go into that a little bit later. You don't have to have an annual plan though. You can go month to month if that's what you want. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. But this is my recommendation. Try us out, for that 25% off for the first month. If you really like it and you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo code as long as you do it within 30 days, okay? So there's no rush to take an annual because you want to make sure you get the best overall discount. You can always try us out for a month with that 25% discount. Now, on my homepage, 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern. I wonder what that one's going to be. And education. We have a big education section right here. If you're new to trade ideas, what I would do is I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons first. What is a top list? Build a top list, alert windows, creating alert windows, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So do yourself a favor, take a look at the 20 introductory lessons before you do anything. Now, we have a very comprehensive user guide. You click on that. And again, this is it's in sections also, but we also have a searchable table of contents. Okay, so it's very comprehensive. Meanwhile, grits, yeah, I had a little pop up, but not anymore. Daily support session. So today is Tuesday. So if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions and maybe thoughts about backtesting strategies and things like that, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. That's when I take my break. So before I do take my break, I'll pop the link in to the room. You can head over there between 12 and 1 if you want. So he's way more of an expert in using Brokerage Plus and also, creating strategies, backtesting them, etc. I don't do any of that. Daily webinars, I guess we had the one yesterday. So we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics, I mentioned Michael Noss before. He created this video series. If you're new to trading, it's a great free series. What is a stock? Starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, etc. Okay, all free. So a lot of information from my homepage, including my scans. Now, obviously, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to have access to my scans. These are my top 4 right here. Doesn't mean the rest of them are no good. It just means these are the ones I tend to concentrate on. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, and pre-market actives up and pre-market actives down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to kind of set the tone for the day. So a lot of information on my homepage, especially in these 2 sections. A recommendation, save my link, then you can take a look at this anytime you want. All right, now what is Trade Ideas? Look at this, man, what a move. I mean, it had the pop up, could have even shorted it at the top here. Anyway, what is Trade Ideas? What we are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Guys, I'm just going to pause here. I want to take a look at this VALN. What's the volume? Still, the volume is terrible. It's too bad. I mean, this looks so ripe for a short. Maybe coming into a support area around just underneath 40, but I don't see any news on it either. So that's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. This is an example, the 10-day daily breakdown. This is an example of a scan. So if I right-click, configure, summary, this is what it's looking for. Stocks between $2 and $35. The current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. All I'm trying to show you, if you want to create your own scans, you always start off with some filters, and then you have a trigger. Okay, in this particular case, the trigger is a new low for the day. If these criteria are met and a stock makes a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see grits over and over again. It keeps making a new low down here. Okay, and the Avro. And I don't get too many alerts in either one of these windows. It's the way I want it. Don't want to get too many. So if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. If I right-click on an alert window and click on Configure and then click on Search, excuse me, you'll see here all the alerts that we have. When you see these icons, these are the alert icons. And when we get to these icons, these are the filter icons. So again, I always have to really emphasize this point. A lot of people think trade ideas, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all these? Well, the simple answer is you don't have to. Why we have a lot of alerts and filters is, with thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles, we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scans. So don't get hung up on the fact that we have all of them. You don't have to learn. I probably use 0.5% of them. That's it. And if you're ever wondering if we have something, all you have to do is just, type it into the search. So if you're wondering, well, what do they have for RSI? That's what we have. If you wanted the 7.5-minute RSI, we don't have it. Okay. You don't have to learn any programming. I should have started like that. There's no programming language to learn. That's why we try to create enough alerts and filters that you can kind of a la carte pick them from a menu and create your own scans. That's if you want to create your own scans. I've already indicated that you can use my scans if you want or take a look at them. Also from our toolbar, if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, you'll see that we have a lot of channels in here and they're all theme based. So if I click on the Momentum channel, this is an example of a scan, an alert window. It's a scan. If I right click, configure, summary, it tells me what it's looking for. Now if I like this the way it is, and why I'm explaining it like this is because now you can take a scan from any one of our channels, save it to the cloud. Okay? You can kind of extract different scans from the different channels, save them to the cloud, and then bring them back one at a time, thereby creating a layout of your own without actually not having to know how to create a scan in the first place. Now, of course, you can adjust this. I mean, the fact that, this says between $1 and $50, if you thought, you know what, I'd rather have 10 and 100, you just make the change. Click on summary and you see how it is now changed. So so you can take the scans that we've developed for you and then, adjust them, tweak them if you want, and then save them to the cloud. Now, a word about this also. You notice I've changed this. If I leave this channel and come back to it, the change is not saved. The reason this change is not saved is because the channels are for everybody. All right. So the fact you want to make a change to something that doesn't necessarily reflect what the rest of our customers want. So that's why you cannot make any changes in the channel itself. While you're in the channel, you can make the changes, and if you stay there, of course, that'll happen. But the minute you leave the channel and come back, your change is not. But really what I'm trying to do is show you that you can take different scans. If I go to the stock surging, And I see the action is heating up right now. That looks interesting to you. You can save it to the cloud. Then you can bring back the scans if you save them. File, load from cloud, one by one, load, load, load. There you've created your own layout without actually having to know how to create a scan in the first place. So I would take if you take a look at the 20 introductory lessons, it talks about how to save things to the cloud, etc. So we try to make it very, very easy. You want to create your own scans, of course you can, but if you don't want to create your own scans, we have a lot of scans available. Well, I'm glad I waited on the NLSP. I was really interested in it, but I had my alert set up here at 212 and didn't happen. That's a big drop. It's a big percentage drop. Yeah, no, I know. I see it. I see it all the way back down to 892. So even that, a secondary short from about 10 down to 892. So it looks like tech. Let's just take for fun. Let's take a look at the sector status, and you're going to see a big change. Because remember when we looked at this about 10 minutes before the market opened, energy was 100%. So that's in essence stayed the same. But remember, tech was way up here, about 80, and communications are still not terrible, but it was about 87%, I think. Tech was up in this area also. So you can see the tech sell-off. Financials though, so if you want to take a financial stock right now, you're going with the trend. Healthcare just getting slammed. Only 18% are up today. But healthcare is just getting slammed here. Industrials, old school, 100%. That's why the Dow's up. A lot of the older companies, value companies, if you will. Okay, guys, again, nothing really shaking from the AI today. If you have our premium service to watch the AI, just click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see, okay? You have an entry price, you have a stop price. How you manage it will be up to you. Again, nothing really happening today with it. And then this window called Brokerage Plus. So let me just put a link in here. Again, if you want a lot more detailed explanation about Brokerage Plus, save those questions up for noon Eastern. You can head over to our YouTube room when I take my break. Okay, so I put a link in here called the Brokerage Plus link. There are two videos here. First video, the short video, if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. You need live data from E-Trade or IB, real-time data. You'll notice here, and this is only available if you're using the downloadable app, not if you're using our web-based version. You want level 2, you have to get that from your broker. We do not supply level 2 data, okay? Somebody asked in our YouTube room how to get level 2 data from us. We do not supply level 2 data. Now, please listen carefully though. If you don't have an interactive broker's account or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner first and foremost. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? The second video here, a lot longer, about 26 minutes long, and it goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Okay? And also, notice here, Brokerage Plus, there's the option right here. Underneath there are two options, live and simulation. And that's what I concentrate on a little bit more, showing you how you can use it as a simulator, paper trader. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please, 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 please practice trading. Well, I almost took that VALN. I almost took it, but I didn't. I guess almost doesn't count, but RKDA, guys. Now that just showed up in the option scanner. You know what? And this has got some room to about 2. All right, well, let's see what this RKDA has in it. Okay, the alert was at 147. Another high right there, but this has a shot maybe to get to this 2 level. So let's see if that does it. Lots of volume today. You can see the volume increased today. It's a low float, 20 million in the float. So it's having a sort of a second day continuation. What you see here is something I left in from yesterday. Okay, you can practice swing trading using this Brokerage Plus window. And by the way, it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, it uses our real-time data. Why do you need level 2 data though, first of all? But I shouldn't, but your broker has level 2 data, so why wouldn't you just get it from them? But anyway, if you go to our home page, and you can start a live chat and give them your email address and tell them what you want to do, okay? Your broker does not provide level 2. Who's your broker? What broker does not provide level 2? I mean, I personally don't use level 2, so I don't, it's a non-issue for me. But what broker does not provide level 2 data? eToro, don't know them at all. Yeah, I don't believe in level 2 data. Okay, I'll say that right off the bat. I know people. There are people in the room who use it to their advantage. I just think there are too many games played. Are you a new trader? If you're a new trader, I would just, I think it overcomplicates things if you're going to look at level 2, in my opinion. But it's up to you. Yeah, so I mean, I don't want to convince you. I mean, you want to get a refund. That's certainly within your right. But I would just caution yourself about getting too hung up about level 2 data. I wonder what I'm going to do my video on today. Look at grits. Look at this grits, grits, grits. I had a little pop up. That was the only time that you would have had to, take some profit or even get out of the trade. But then, man, you could have just reshorted. All right, Arcadia. Arcadia is firing. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just following another discussion internally. Boy, your bounce plays are, you're loaded today with the bounce plays. I haven't really taken any. So I've got buy, buy, buy. This is my sound alert here, and it's competing with the oink, oink, oink as as Grits keeps making a new low, and this is telling me to buy, buy, buy. Yeah, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Give me a moment, please, guys. Well, that makes both of us, Jazz. All right, guys, I've scalped out of the RKDA. That's what I was waiting on. I was hoping it would get to the mid-60s, but not yet anyway. So I'm going to have to take a look at it later, the RKDA. Well, guys, the Arcadia still interests. It does interest me, but I was really hoping it would pop through this little resistance area. This little area right there, a little more oomph. You know, it got right there. There's the high, 166. I was really hoping it would just really accelerate through it, and then maybe challenge that 2 level. Just didn't do it, not yet anyway. So it turned out to be just a very minor scalp for me. And plus, Oxy was, it's in the right sector too. I mean, we looked, when we looked at the sector status earlier, I mean, every single energy stock was up. So definitely in the right sector. Man, there were no shorts available yesterday for Jewel for me, JWEL. And look at this, I mean, it's still. All right, NLSP is trying to get back over 2. I might take a look at it if it gets about 210. You know, it did get up to 235, but I have this alert set right up in this area here. Let's see if it pops through on some volume. Well, if your broker has shorts for JWEL, I mean, there it was 746. Now 706 now. Remember EVgo? There's a dollar drop for it. All right, ICAD, ICAD. This is on the way down. Also, I didn't see this one until right now. Boy, this is just getting thumped here too. Look at this. I mean, what does it look like on the daily? The next low looking left is 484. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. Nothing making new highs or new lows for me. So just kind of biding my time here. See if that NLSP maybe gets back up to 210 on a bunch of volume and starts to move from there. That's probably my number one focus right now. So the solar plays look like they're getting, let's take a look at FSLR. Yeah, the solar plays are getting hit. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. What time is it? Wow, this is finding the morning is starting to drag a little bit. It was incredibly exciting to see these, but I'm finding the morning is just dragging just a little bit here. Now the NLSP. You're really tempting me now. Back over two. But I am going to be stubborn, and I'm going to wait. This is going to have to get up to this 210 level or so. Basically, the highs of the bodies of these two candles before I'll have any faith that it might move. And also, though, look at the volume. So the volume's pretty good. It's picking up, picking up, picking up, picking up. Time is at 10:59. Well, this candle is going to close right now. This bar is going to close in. Well, it just closed. So a little bit of a pickup in the volume. Okay, teasing right at that 210, right at the 210. The magnet here is, of course, the high of 235. Give me a moment here, guys. The grits actually now showed up in my unusually strong options on the way down. Now or never for NLSP. Wow. Stop it. Remember, guys, I mean, this was up in the pre-market. I mean, this looked good. I mean, you look at the press release, is different press releases, and, positive, positive, positive. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, so, yeah, fake on the NLSP so far. Reset the alert for 210 and see if it takes it out again. I almost just feel like taking the grits right now and the heck with it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Looks like the next area of support could be right around 650. So it's still got $1 to go before the lows of that on that monthly chart. You just needed the one, just needed the grits. Commit, do it, that's it. I was in the Avro at the time and I just, you know what, it's close to the whole number, etc., etc. Thought I would just, I thought it, my goal really was to take it under 11, but it just zipped down so quickly. Yeah, we've had 45 minutes now of straight sell on the SPY. But massive disconnect today now. Value versus growth, okay? Value is winning out. All right, guys, NLSP, come on now. Take out that 10 and move. Got that low float, 6 million in the float. So if the volume keeps, just needs some more volume coming in. This is 8 minutes to close this bar right here. Might be taking a loss on the NLSP. Just need some volume. Needs a big volume push. Yeah, I'm out of it, guys. I took a loss on the NLSP. I'll maybe look at it later on, but I'm out of it now. Manageable loss, but nonetheless. Okay, 11:09, so getting close. Well, about an hour for my break. Yeah, going long right now in anything is a challenge for me anyway. Even these small ones that typically will trade on their own, but there's no power behind them right now anyway. I really thought that second time right through here, I thought, okay, I mean, I had a little bit of a profit on it, but I was really hoping it would get closer to that 235 area. But anyway, it's all about managing the losses. All right, what is next? Well, that was well, I didn't have shorts available, so I can't. I'm not going to myself up about it. There are no shorts available for me, an Interactive broker on brokers on Beat or for Beat. All right, now this is at least in the right sector, okay? Oil field, energy sector, NEX. It's showing up on the option scanner through the 200-day moving average. It's sneaking in now. The minimum number of contracts has to be 2,000, so you can see it. That's why it wasn't showing up earlier. It's trading 10 times normal in terms of option contracts. So at least this is in the right sector. However, again, I look left. To me, it looks like 5 is going to be really tougher to get through. So I just won't take it. It's too bad because if this hadn't been not been here, and if I were to look left and say the next high was 6, I'd be all over this one. Just because, and I'm talking about the NEX, just because it's the right sector. I just said earlier, it'd be tough to go long in anything right now, but you have to pick the right sector, and that would be it. But I just think there's too much resistance, too close. Now, this has a little bit of room to run. That's the only issue. I'd love to short this. I know what you're looking at, Zach. It's a pump, Zachs.com. Not you. This has some room. I wish it were closer. Now, it's close to that whole number of 10. All right, let's see what Codex has in it. CODX. What's the spread like? Or not the spread. So the float is 28 million for the CODX. So it's fairly low. Boy, that JNPX just got crushed. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I see you're going along that JWEL. I mean, at some point, some of these things will put a bounce in. It's just a matter of, you know, if it doesn't work, have a stop, of course. This is right at that 200-day. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not. GOCO, let's take a look. I know that was active yesterday. I haven't seen it today. GOCO, very active yesterday. Follow through, yeah, follow through. Looks like, now that looks like it's got some room. 434 anyway, and then 440, 450. Oof, that NLSP is a tough one. I almost got roped in again. Just almost got roped in again. The only way I get in now is if we get a huge volume push, and I mean a big one. Otherwise, I'm just going to forget about it. AMC, I haven't looked at those for a while. AMC, what are you doing? And how about GME? GME under 150 or is it still hanging around 150? Ooh. All right, Codex on the move down maybe now. You got two alerts from your scan. Zach, I know you know that. 980 and 990. Potential shorts for Codex, CODX. really got to resist this NLSP. I've got to try to resist until there's a huge, huge volume burst in it. I mean, the trend is up. That's about the best I can say about it. The trend is up, but depends how many shares you take. You know, I mean, I guess you can hang on for these 10, 15 cent swings, which is a lot on a $2 stock. Oh, I was gonna, but I can't. But I have a thumbnail. Then you know, it keeps winking at me right here. I have it. Yeah, that 200-day moving average doesn't concern me too much, Dre. Just let me change my headset, guys. It's just dying on me. Yeah, that's far enough away on a percentage basis, as far as I'm concerned, for the NLSP. Yeah, you miserable thing. You may go without me. TI is frozen? No, there's no... I don't know why your TI is frozen, Perfect Circle. There was some news on NLSP. Trading higher after the company announced the USPTO granted the company it's a patent. It was a patent PR. Well, I'm not in it. I'm not in an LSP. It may go without me. I just I wanted to see a lot more volume, but it may go without me. If you're in it, good luck. Yeah, well, okay. I shouldn't say that because I know some of you guys are in this NLSP, so good for you guys. I did not. I resisted, and I'm gonna probably looks like I'm gonna be wrong. There is some volume coming in on the fives. You can see that. All right, let's see if Codex can fall from here. We've got a couple of topping tails now from on the 15-minute chart for CODX. Let's see if that signifies a bit of the end. Halted again. This is not halted, I don't think. EZGL, I don't think it's halted. Not trading very much, but I don't think it's halting. It's not halted. Not that I can see. Well, I got to say the volume is, so if you guys are in this NLSP, I mean the volume is definitely picking up. I'm just not in it. Look at the volume on the 15-minute chart. It is picking up. And this is doing what I wanted to do when I was in at 212. Yeah, it looks like that high of the day may stall it for NLSP. May stall it. Right there, you can see what did it get to? Got to 235. The high of the day was 235. So I mean, it hit it right to the penny. All right, guys. Looking at the Codex. Yeah, man, it is. You see, that was the problem I had with it. I mean, I thought maybe 10 would stall it, and it still might. But I looked left. I wish it didn't have as much room to keep running if it wants to. So I didn't take it. Not yet, anyway. All right, guys. What time is it? 11:30. So in about half an hour, I will be taking a break. All right. Well, let's see if Codex is done. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Well, and I have to hand it to NLSP. I mean, it got down to 216. It popped right back up a dime up to that 228 area, 12 cents, I guess. Takes out that 235. I guess it can have a run to that 200-day moving average, maybe. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, there it is, guys. NLSP just took out the, well, just briefly took out the high. 240. Boy, I was just on the wrong side of this one. But it came right back down to 225. So I mean, still a struggle to get through that high. Yeah, you're right. It might be an end of day thing. Exactly. If it can base, a little bit, the issue would be that 200 day, 270. But you know what? If it based around 230 and then popped through on volume, in the last hour or so, that 270, yeah, but that'd be about 40 or 50 cents away. So, oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about TSP now. I thought you meant the NLSP. This Codex just doesn't want to give it up yet. How's that bounce working for? No, you know what? Not at all. I mean, there was a minor bounce for grits, GRTS, but very, very minor. Well, I don't know about this codex now. I mean, I might have to. It's doing the same thing it did about 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. 133 million. Not bad. Well, wow, that's a massive drop now for the NLSP. 240 down to 209. Yeah, Ford, I mean, man, oh man, you talk about old company, growth or value. Look at Ford, all-time high. I'm not going to give this codex too much longer before I exit my short. I'm going to take a small, another manageable loss on it, but it just doesn't want to give up 10 in a big way yet anyway. Now, somebody mentioned 1022 earlier about must be a Bollinger Band thing for CODX. Oh, okay, I see. Well, on the 15, I see about 1027, so I guess that's close enough. Sorry, guys, I'm just kind of staring at the CODX. I'm just What time is it now? 11:41. Okay, just before, I don't want to forget, you want to head over to YouTube when I take my break at noon. Michael will be there. And you can ask him all sorts of questions about using Brokerage Plus, and if you have strategies that you like to back test yourself, things like that. He does a lot of that. I don't. What we need here is a tailing off completely of the volume. Just get, no more volume, but the volume is still kind of coming in. I'm talking about the CODX on the 15-minute chart. I am short, yeah. Through 992, I'm short. So actually looking here, 993, I'm short. Thing is, I want to take my break. I don't want to be in this one while I'm on my break. That's my issue. So should have, yeah, the Ford probably just taken Ford earlier today, 2287, fairly relaxing, 2413. That's a nice break right here. Yeah, okay, I'm gone. I'm out of it. All right, guys, so I'm not in anything anymore. Well, remember this one, ISBC, very high, had high hopes for this one, taking out 10, holding 10, and then maybe moving to that high over here, which is about 1250. Not even close. So Mr. Craig Hallam putting a $20 price target on it. That is fizzled, and today anyway. And also they're going to be at a Wainwright, some kind of a Wainwright conference. I mean, it's still up, but no enthusiasm. Well, okay, Codex now underneath, both the bid and the ask under 10. Why didn't you do that when I was in it? Oh, yeah, I mean, my big miss obviously was the grits, not getting into it. I mean, that's my, I did okay in the Avro. It was a nice percentage move, very quick. The NLSP, yeah, I took a little loss on that, and then it moved on me. But it happens. The Arcadia, I had, I scalped out a little bit of it, but not, no, certainly not much. I'm ready for my break. How's Visa doing? You guys were talking, I think you're talking about Visa before. Somebody was anyway. AMD guy. All right, guys. Time is it? 11:51. I just want to confirm that it'll be Michael in the room. Well, guys, maybe NLSV is going to come back again. You get some volume and pop it through, get through that 235 again. Okay, this is confirmation. Michael will be in the YouTube room at noon when I take my break. Did next push really? I just disregarding it because of the $5 level right here, but it is in the right sector. The big float, 185 million, so it's probably not going to be that dynamic, but definitely in the right sector. I know why you're watching it from the option scanner. Oh, even a little one came in, CLBS. You too, my trades. GNPX is having a bit of a bounce here, guys. GNPX, bit of a bounce. What's the volume like today? I mean, it's down 20%. Great volume still, 30 million. Not quite like yesterday at the 279. Sorry, well, it was almost, yeah, I can't remember. I think it was 245 million yesterday. Yeah, what a move, you know. I mean, 11% for 3.9 billion in the float. That's a big move, big percentage move for a stock with that many shares in the float. Look at Codex now. Not in it. Mainly because I want to take my break and I don't want to have to manage that trade while I'm in my break. Just going to put the announcement here. Just waiting for Michael to show up. Michael, I see that you just posted. Okay, so you're live now. Okay, what time is it now? 11:57, a little early. Okay, I'll stop streaming now. Thank you for a little early break. So guys, I will take my break now. Michael, I'll stop the stream right now. Have a fun hour.
All right, guys, just one quick second here while I hide all of the things that you guys can't see. All right, so then I should just hit this button, and if that worked correctly, perfect. All right, just make sure I got my everything I need to see up and all the things I don't need to see gone. Perfect. All right, so again, if you guys are new here, welcome. We give Barry some much needed time off and pop on the mic and open up the whole hour to Q&A about trade ideas. So this is the best time if you guys have any questions or concerns or anything you want to chat about when it comes to trading or trade ideas. I will be here to answer questions the whole time. As always, I always give this speech that we appreciate the questions because we generally don't have anything planned because we want to make sure there's room for questions. And right, everyone who pops on here is a trader who's usually trading throughout the day and also doing other stuff for trade ideas, right? So when Sean comes on Monday, he does a lot of our business dev stuff, and I do a lot of the math nerd things and stuff like that. So ask questions, please, because the more questions you ask, the less I will be waffling on about random nonsense. Let's tuck that over there for now. Really not seeing a whole lot of interest today. Just making sure my protein shake's mixed up. I don't want to get you guys on that. But yeah, so nothing really too much going on here. SPY's about flat, gapped up, came in a bit. RSP, which I watch more than the SPY, which is the equal weighted version of the SPY, is doing great. So that means one or more of the big tech names are just getting hammered. And that's going to be the reason of that divergence. So it's probably Apple here. Right, just one of those things that, when you watch these two tickers, when you watch the SPY and the RSP, the moment there's a break between them, then you know that it's generally speaking the big tech pattern. So you want it to break above VWAP and then get a 1 minute burst of volume. So you can do at the same time as, you can't do one then the other, right? So to do that, you would just grab a new, probably alert window, right? So you got to pick a side, right? So you can either do the VWAP side where you want it to cross above VWAP as your alert, and then you'll go into volume and make the 1 minute volume, this filter here, 1 minute volume as a percentage. Anything over 100% is more than normal. So it depends on what a volume burst means to you. The other way, right, the way you can do it on the other side there is you could do the volume first and have a 1 minute volume spike, and then do the VWAP filter and just say distance from VWAP 1, make that the min and max both incredibly small numbers, and you can go from there, right? So you just got to pick one filter and one alert. Now, if it was me, I would probably pick the 1 minute volume spike alert, and I would make that very close to VWAP, just because I think that would probably react faster. But you can't do one then the other, right? So you'll just have to pick increase volume while breaking VWAP, right? So you would make that, the distance from VWAP, you just make an incredibly small number, so it's essentially the same as if something is breaking it. A bullish pennant pattern. So that's going to depend a lot on your time frame, what you define as a bullish pennant pattern. The problem with a lot of this pattern recognition stuff, right, is that everyone's going to have a slightly different view. What I would look at is the triangle alert, triangle top and bottom. Add those in and then play with what you want that intraday chart to look like. I think you'll have the best look there. The reason I like these is because you can do hours of trading. So you could make it, a very short-term one if you only want the triangle part, which would be the pennant, to last, a half hour. You would put in 0.5 hours of trading. If you want to be a longer-term one, you can expand a longer-term one. If you're looking for daily stuff, you can go to your Market Explorer window and right-click on that. Let me actually just get my face out of the way for a second there and go down to these bull and bear flags. Again, I need to continuously work on these, do a little put through here. They're daily in nature, but as we work on them, we'll make them a little more intraday after that. So linking it to Thinkorswim, I am going to send you a document for that because I don't have Thinkorswim up here in Canada, even though TD Bank, well, we have Thinkorswim, but TD Bank wants to charge us like $15 a trade or something insane. So I personally don't have it, so I can't walk you through the steps, but we have some videos. Trade ideas, TOS linking. Thinkorswim's a little bit squirrelier than most, just because they do some things where they're trying to like block outside access. So here is a video in chat right here from Chris, which does a good job just explaining the difference between how you do that. So I would check out that video. Again, I don't have TD Thinkorswim, so I can't walk you through them. I use trade ideas charts. I find are fine. I know there's a couple seconds here or there that they're off, but explain the difference with the RSP. So yeah, no problem. So the SPY, let's do this. I'll show you. Koyfin. So the SPY is, while I load this up, I can't do this anymore without paying them. That's fine. The The SPY is what they call a cap weighted index, which means that, so there's 500 stocks in it, but then the question is always how much is in it. So what the SPY does, being a cap weighted index, is it gives more importance to the larger cap names than the smaller cap names. So for example, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, the Google, and one or two other make up like 25% of the SPY, right? So the SPY is essentially 25% these big 4 or 5 giant names, and then 75% everything else. And that will change over time. So for example, if Apple craters and becomes a lower market cap company, and another company from the SPY surges and becomes a higher cap company, then that will rebalance quarterly, I think. So again, it's always weighted to the larger names, whereas the RSP is what they call an equal weight index, which they give, you take the 500 stocks in the index and you divide them by 500, and that's how much it goes in. So each individual name has an equal representation for what individual name is. So no one name could move one way or another, right? So for example, in the SPY, what we're seeing right now, let me actually just duplicate here, and then we'll stack these on top of each other. Sorry, I'm running a lot on this virtual machine. That's also splitting the processing power of my poor little Mac Mini here. It might be time to upgrade. Turn off symbol linking. So we'll put this one on as the SPY. So these are lined up all in the same time zone. You can see they're relatively correlated, but what could happen, and kind of what's happening today, just by looking at them, I can tell that most of the market is moving higher, whereas a couple names are dragging down the SPY. So what I look for is divergence. When they're both lined up, there's really nothing to be gained from it. It just means that everything's going higher. When one is up and the other's down, or vice versa, or one's up a lot and the other's up a little, it gives you a little bit of insight of what's happening internally in the market, right? So the RSP is hitting new highs. So that can't happen with just a couple stocks rallying, right? Which is funny because you hear on Twitter with all the naysayers and perma bears saying, "Oh, this rally is being fueled by a couple names." Well, that's factually untrue, and we can see that here. So that's the main reason I look at it, is that for the RSP to move, more of these stocks have to move together, and for the SPY to move, only a couple of these names could be going against the overall market. So, right now, I bet you, we looked at Apple. What else could be down? Google, right? Or I guess we could just go XLK. That's the technology. Yeah, so XLK, which is the technology sector, that's down. Another cool way to look at these is if you go into your channel bar. Oh, it's good to see Holly doing well today. And you go down to sector status, and the people who follow me know I do a lot of this. I do a lot of what they call in technical analysis a top-down analysis. What's the market doing? What's all the individual sectors doing? I find a sector I like, and then I find a name maybe within that sector. So if we look here, and I'll remove my face again, we can see the sectors that are doing well and the sectors that are doing poorly, right? XLK, which is the technology sector, is doing by far the worst of all of these sectors in the market. Healthcare is not doing the best, and communications isn't doing the best. It's important to note, when a lot of people hear communications, they generally think of like AT&T, but it's not anymore. It's in there. But communications has a lot to do with things like Twitter, right? You can see Twitter having a bad time, Facebook having a bad time, Netflix, which I don't even know how you could classify that as communications, but whatever. that's having a bad time. So it's these kind of names that are weighing down the market. And same with the technology side, that's also weighing down the market, right? So Enphase, AMD, NVIDIA, Xilinx, which I guess is going to move with NVIDIA, Adobe, right? CRM, Salesforce, these all are doing poorly. So that makes sense because just kind of what I showed you with the difference between the RSP and the SPY is that the SPY is going to have more to do with these big tech names. If tech is doing well, the SPY is going to do well. If tech is doing bad, the SPY is going to do bad. But the fact that we are holding on today, that we're up ever so slightly on the day, means that the rest of the market is really kind of carrying the load that the big tech companies are losing on this one, right? So again, that's why I do this comparison all the time, right? Well, I usually have this kind of thing open on this virtual machine when I'm not just showing you what's going on. And you'll see I have the RSP and I have the SPY here. Usually I have these as the Qs, and maybe that's the IWM, just to give me a pretty good look of what's going on. It's also, I have it vertically over here. That's why it's all scrunched like that. But yeah, that's kind of the main reason that I like to do that. Oh, hey, Mike C. But yeah, so that's what's showing it to me, is that just by looking at the divergence between these two, everything is doing well except tech and communications, which is getting hammered. And I think Facebook's like 3 or 5% of the SPY as well. So. Right, so that's mainly, I guess, the tale of the tape today, which again, this is, I think, one of the coolest and less used channels that we have. Is just a where to go. So, I've explained my top-down analysis before, but we have some people here, so it might be new. I say, okay, what's the market doing? Right? We can do that very easily by looking at the chart. Market's in an uptrend, right? Anyone who's betting against this market and saying, oh shit, we have to sell and it's bearish and blah, 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 they're not being technically honest, right? It's in an uptrend. It's higher lows, right? If you just take it and you trace it out, there's a high and a higher low and a higher high and a higher low and a higher high. So without a shadow of a doubt, we're in an uptrend. So I say, okay, so I should be looking as a swing trader. I'm mainly a swing trader. I do some day trading. You can see in the Brokerage Plus, this is just a new strategy that I'm playing with. But I'm mainly a swing trader. So I want to say, okay, the market's looking up. So I want to look on the long side. I want to ignore the short side. Then I can go into this screen and I can say, okay, well, what sectors are doing the best? Well, energy is actually having everything in the energy sector is doing phenomenally, like all of it, right? Utilities is doing well, real estate is doing well, financials is doing well, industrials is doing well. So I can find a couple of these sectors, and then I can actually go and look at the individual sectors, right? So we said XLE was doing well. So we can look at that and we can see, well, yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? XLE is doing great. What was it? XLRE, real estate, is doing well, right? Humans have this tendency where they want to find the stuff that's going down and buy it, and I think that's just incredibly incorrect. I think you're way better off just finding where the money is flowing and going with that. And that's a way you can do it. So now if I say, okay, I like energy and I like real estate, for example, well, then I can go and I can start searching for these things. I can either use symbolists and just bring up things that are in this sector, or I can just start going through and say, okay, well, what's doing well kind of in the energy sector here, and just try to find names that I think are in an industry or in a sector that's doing well, and then also find them in a name that's doing well, right? Find something that's, maybe hasn't broken out yet or something, but this now, right? We've had a nice rally this morning and then a pullback. You know, we're getting near all-time highs on this one. Maybe it's something worthwhile. ExxonMobil, I think, is breaking out, near breaking out, right? So that's kind of a way I'll do a top-down analysis. Where to find one of the racing windows you show before? I haven't been showing them too much, but you can just grab first you have to grab a top list, something that you think is something that you want to run a race on. Just right click in the middle of the window and go down to real-time stock race. And that will open up, let's just make this a bit bigger to show you guys. That will open up another window here. Oh, I should reduce. I apologize. I have like my real VPS where I actually run the stuff that I can't show you guys. And then this is like the thing I show when I do webinars and things like this. And I don't assign as much bandwidth to it as I probably should. So then you just need to fill out kind of the box that's below here as well, right? With kind of saying, hey, what do you want? So replace cars will mean if something else comes into your top list, it will pull out the bottom thing and put in that one. You know, for example, we could just do it based off price. Let's say we're going to run it for, I don't know, 360 minutes, which would be all day. And then you can do it based off of any of the headers that are in that bar. Let's just do price and see what, let's do change from the close. And let's do change from the close as percentage, and we'll sort it by, I don't know, volume today. And then you just hit race, and then away they go. And it's a way to visualize the movement of a bunch of different stocks if you don't like the thumbnail chart option. For me, I like the thumbnail chart option. I think once this gets fleshed out a little bit more, I may use it more, but for me, I just don't do as much day trading as I would need to keep an eye on this. For me, it's more of swing trading. So what I'll generally do is I'll fill out this many chart doc view with, you know, I'll have maybe 9 charts in it, and I'll just have this kind of filled out and say, hey, what's going on here? What's interesting? That kind of thing. But yeah, it's a good way. It's a way to revisualize this top list differently, right? For people who are a little bit more visual creatures and less numbers dudes like me. So, does anyone else have any other questions? Anything they're looking at? I haven't really been so busy this week. I haven't really looked too much at TI strength, but SBLK triggered and is doing well. PCG triggered and is doing well. KMB triggered and is doing well. LH didn't trigger, and neither this one, right? So 3 triggers and 3 profits so far. Can't ask for much more than that. So for anyone who doesn't know, and if you show up when Sean talks about it on Monday, this is the TI Strength Alerts. It's an algorithm that I built where I basically am looking for stocks that are, it's a complex relative strength algo. So just like I was talking about before, I think there's a huge advantage to focusing on where the market is strong. So if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber, you can find that in this window right here, the Strength Alerts window in the channel bar, and that will load up the chats and everything. you can go through and you can scroll through and I give some of my thoughts on the market. I give the names as if they would trigger and where they were. That's why I said like LH didn't trigger. It was supposed to get the 317. It didn't. It fell off. So, PCG, however, right, 1220, it would have. And you can see all of the names here, and that gives you the names for each Friday. If you're not a Trade Ideas sub and you want to give that a try, that is just a $17 a month product, so super cheap, and you'll just get that email once a week. Then, if you want to go more, because you're a subscriber and you have that access, you can actually just go through and click through the 5 names, and you can read some news on it and see some fundamental data along with the charts that update in real time. And then this window down in the corner will actually show you in real time. This updates every like 10 seconds or so. What are the top ranked stocks within that algo right now? So you're seeing kind of what we talked about, and this is what I like about this to dovetail on what I was talking about earlier with using my top-down analysis. This does a lot of the work for you, right? Where you can see, this is an industrial stock, and we said that was strong. Here is an energy stock, and we said that was strong, right? We talked about how this is a carbon ETF. That's interesting. Take a look at that. But right, PCG, which is from there on Friday, is still there today. Marvel, right? Semiconductor looking very strong. Right, so you can see a lot of good-looking names through there. And again, that's just part of this. Will refresh every 10 seconds with the algorithm kind of running in the background, so you don't need to do anything about it. I am loving this, and I'm using it more and more to find individual names. Like this SCHW, I've actually been in from, I believe, somewhere around here when it broke just this kind of pullback it was doing here. So that's been an amazing trade. LAC, I am in as well. That one's been fantastic. We'll bring that up. Same kind of thing. I was looking at this pullback here. When it broke out of that, I had to wait a few days for it to get going, but we're having a great day today. So I would check that out. Big fan of that. Obviously biased because I'm the one that created the algorithm. So, in what ways are you using moving averages for your swing trading? None. Zip zilch. Again, sometimes I will use a short-term moving average as kind of a trailing stop, as a way to get me out of a winning position. However, you can see this is what I look at all day. You can see that there's no moving averages here. I don't buy it. Again, I should say anything that's part of a written and tested trading plan that has been tested to work for you, have at it. But I kind of look at them as a crutch for a lot of people. They're looking for something to say, okay, I'm going to buy it when it comes down and hits this level, and then it's going to go from there. And it's like they'll use the 10-period moving average and say, why not the 11 or the 9 or the whatever, right? I have and still do sometimes if I'm in a runner. I'll take like a 10-period moving average or an ADMA or something and put that on a chart as a discipline tool to say, okay, as long as it stays above this, hold your position. And the reason I just picked that time frame is it just works best with my hold time. But there is no indicator or series of indicators out there that will make you any money, right? Period. I've given this story a bunch, but I can again. But the guy who invented the Black-Scholes model was neither Black nor Scholes. He invented it years before they ever did, and he didn't do shit with it. He just sat there in silence and made millions of dollars until someone else discovered it, and then it completely destroyed his edge in the market. Same with indicators, right? If there was some indicator that could just print you money forever, no one's going to tell you about it, right? So, and again, for newer traders, I get it. Like if you have a problem identifying trend, for example, maybe you put on a moving average and you say, hey, if this is pointing up, I'm going to define that as an uptrend. If it's pointing down, I'm going to define it as a downtrend, that type of thing. But what I would recommend when you're, talking about indicators is that you understand that it is a crutch with no magic, and that you should get away from them, right? The only thing, and this is a Brian Shannonism, but only price pays, right? The only thing that you can take to the bank and convert into money, that you can convert into food, is buying something at one price and then selling it at a different price. So I spend a lot of my time studying price as opposed to moving averages. Plus, I find too many moving averages. It just puts it, there's just too much going on there. HPE is breaking out. Looks good from a longer term point of view. I'd say it's probably a little bit overdone for now. It's just made a massive, why did that happen? Just made a massive rally already. I don't know if I'd buy it up here. It seems overextended to me, but especially if you zoom out into like a weekly chart, there's probably a pretty good looking bull flag. Yeah, so you've got big strong push up and then some consolidation, and then it may be looking to go higher. I just think buying something that's up, Hewlett Packard doesn't really move very much, and then you get a big move like that. That's a pretty extended move over 3 weeks for that, so I'd be a little bit cautious. Plus, you've got a bunch of resistance up here you'd have to get through, so not something I'd be interested in, but at least you're trading with the trend, right? So that's going to make it as well. TI strength alert. Does it help with any pre-market volatility to be paired for entry during that regular session? Not too sure what you mean there, but you should enter. We give you suggested entries and exits. You should enter them based off your own trading plan. And I always say this: if you don't have a trading plan, you're gambling, and please stop and sit down and write a trading plan before you get started. But yeah, I just use stop limits mainly for most of my entry when it comes to trading, right? So this is what you can use something like Brokerage Plus for, where for example, just take PCG and say, hey, I wanted it over today's high. I can just click the buy button right here, and it says all kind of set up the way I want it, and click right over that high. You can see it put out a buy order and a stop loss, and I can drag the stop loss around so it's kind of where I would put it. And then it's either going to hit my price and get me in, or it's not. If it gaps through that price because it's a stop limit and not a stop market, I won't get filled, and that's fine, right? I would much rather not get filled than to chase a stock that's gapping way up. If it doesn't, like so for LH, for example, right? If you had put a stop limit right above that area, you just wouldn't have gotten in, right? So it wouldn't have been a trigger, and wouldn't have made or lost you any money. So for me anyway, that's how I look to do it. But again, you should do it based off your own trading plan. Just like with the indicators, if you're looking for a system that in and of itself is going to make you profitable, it's not going to exist, right? It has to be something that you have some input on, something that makes sense to you. Because when things don't go well, which strength alerts, like anything else, there'll be times where it doesn't go well. When we were back testing it during the pandemic crash, it obviously didn't make a bunch of money, right? And that's the nature of it. Market was going down. This is a long only strategy, and away it goes. Now your hope is, looking at relative strength, that when the market does sell off, the stuff that you're looking at sells off to a lesser degree. And then when the market goes back up, the stuff that you're looking at goes up to a greater degree. But my point is that to make sure that you're able to stick with a plan, when things are not going well. Because again, if you ever find someone who says they make money every day and there's never any drawdown or never any problems, that person's a liar. But what separates the good for traders from the bad is the ones who don't have a down day or 2 or 3 and then try to completely change their trading strategy, right? They stick to the same thing throughout, regardless of what happens. 1 second, guys, here. I'm going to sit because I've been standing for a while and today was leg day. All right, and I'm back. That feels better. I try to stand as much as I can, but especially after leg day, after a day of squats, it's generally pretty hard to stand for that long. But it's important to keep a healthy body, to keep a healthy mind, to be a good trader. So while you're playing with that Strength Alert channel, note that Market Explorer window, which you can get from new, has a bunch of different scans in it that you can try. My personal favorite is the TI Strength one, which will show you all of the top names there. And this RSI divergence play, which is something I am playing with more and more, where essentially it's looking for... and I just made some improvements to this recently. Uh-oh. Did I break it? I may have broken it. We'll wait a second for it to refresh. But yeah, so it's essentially looking for an RSI divergence, which essentially... Oh, yeah, we got some problems there. Let's just open up another one then. We'll go new. I'm always on like the latest experimental versions, which always means I'm the one that gets all the problems. Server window, RSI divergence. So yeah, essentially what this is looking for is stocks that are experiencing a divergence. And what that means, going back to my rant that indicators in and of themselves don't mean anything, but can be guides for certain things. An RSI divergence can be a guide for a potential of momentum running out. So here you can see we have higher highs on the RSI and we have lower highs on price. That can be an indication of maybe the momentum is running out on this name when it comes to the shorts. The shorts might be running out of steam a little bit. Now, that doesn't mean you're just going to buy it right there. Of course not, right? That would be something that'd be a little too easy. But, maybe you draw out a trend line, something like this, and say, okay, well, we have a falling wedge and we have an RSI divergence. So then I've taken, a pattern and I've added it to an indicator to say, okay, well, those two things are lining up. Ideally, what I'd like to see is some support somewhere. I don't think it's really happening with this one. That might be, it's like way up there. But maybe, right? You could take this line and you could draw out support like that and say, okay, well, now I've kind of got 3 things that I'm interested in on this bit digital, which I have no idea what it is, but we have an RSI divergence. Maybe the sellers are running out of steam, and then we have this downtrend that may be broken, and we have this falling wedge that's occurring, and that's right kind of at that support level. So you might take those and you combine them, and now you've got 3 reasons that if this thing turns higher, you might be interested in it. So then you would, place your stop limit or do whatever. I'm liking these more and more. Now, the one thing you need to note is that you are most certainly counter trend trading with these, and especially for new traders, I don't recommend anything, right? This is just some dudes on the internet, but counter trend trading makes life a little bit more difficult than just trading with the trend. But for quick hits, I'm starting to like this. So here's another one that I was looking at that I'm kind of interested in, right? So we have this level right here, which was support right here, and it was support in throughout here. We have some lower lows on price, and then we have higher lows in the RSI. So I would kind of say, okay, well, let's, maybe draw a downtrend line or something and say, hey, if we can get and close above this area on this uranium company, maybe it's something that I'd be interested for continuation. See if we can, maybe come up and bounce at those highs or something like that. That kind of thing, right? No, those are in the standard plan. So just first thing to test there is go new under your window. And if you don't see Market Explorer down here, TIQ, let me just highlight that, make it a little easier to see. If you don't see that, you need to go to the website and you need to update to the latest beta. Note that beta means beta, which means it's something that we are still testing. And by joining our data program, you're helping us test that stuff, which we appreciate. But I've been playing with this beta a while. It seems pretty good, but with like any beta, it might experience some problems. But if you don't see that, you need to upgrade. If you do see that, you just need to open that window. And then when you get that Market Explorer window open, you'll just right click in it. And then under server window, you'll see all of the different scans here. So there's a couple of them. Let's get my fat head out of the way. And with more, why is there a bunch of those? So that's something that's going to be updated. So this is a beta product, but something that we're really, really working hard on at Trade Ideas, where these are pre-built, pre-scan or pre-canned scans that look for certain things that are outside of what you could do with normal Trade Ideas. The back end is super complicated. So, for example, we have this gap and pullback to the 10 SMA, which is something that Steve Gomez suggested we build. And I like some of the stuff that's been coming from this. I really have to. I have to make a note. I never go anywhere without my iPad with this pencil. I have to make a note by the time the next time we do this thing is to allocate it. So what this one is looking for is a trade that Steve likes, and let's actually add on his 10 SMA. Right, so what this one's looking for, it's looking for stocks that have gapped up, made a pretty decent gap recently, and now they're sitting right under the 10 SMA, so it's kind of like acting as a floor. It's a good way to find things, even regardless of the moving average, of things that have gapped and are now moving sideways. That I believe personally that the moving average is irrelevant. I think what's more relevant is that you want to see gaps like this and then consolidation, because if you can get a good pattern with this gap and consolidation, if I can find one that I really like, sometimes you can get some good moves. Like this FSM might be interesting, right? Something happened. Again, you don't need to know what, that gapped it up. Some sort of good news occurred here. And ever since then, we've been basing sideways. So if this thing continues, you have kind of like a gap and go that you would trade on a day trading basis or something like that. But you could maybe do this on more of a swing trading basis. So this is one that's really interesting. This PALB, you can see earnings was reported right here. Again, I don't need to know the earnings. I don't look at news. I don't look at fundamentals. All I know is the market liked it, right? It gapped up from earnings and then it just ran. And now it's basing sideways and it's got this little bull flag look to it right here. So, whatever fundamental change happened here, that might kind of continue it higher a bit. Same here with blue. I don't know if this is it's almost too tight. Is this some sort of a buyout or something? Let's take a look at this, and let's go to our news tab. No, it doesn't look to be a buyout. But yeah, so whatever occurred in through here to cause the gap, again, I don't care. Gap's up. Market likes that. That's some sort of change in fundamentals. It's holding these prior highs, which is interesting, and then just kind of basing sideways here. I actually really like the look of this one. So I'm just going to set a price alert here above 830, and if we get above 830, that's interesting. So yeah, there's a lot of cool scans here. Another one that Andy built was 3-line strike long and short. There's only one from today. So the 3-line strike, if you guys don't know what that is, it's just a candlestick pattern that basically looks for 3 down days in a row and then 1 up day that engulfs all those 3 down days. And it's used as a bit of a reversal signal in a lot of cases, right? So here's an absolute textbook example of this, right? So you've got actually 1, 2, 3, 4 days down in a row on this EOG, and then you have this massive engulfing candle that engulfs all of that action, right? So anyone who's sold in through here is having a bad time. And then a big push up, great news. And then you can see today just some continuation. This is this is a crude company, so it makes sense moving with the market. So all kinds of stuff here, and it's just going to expand out over time. The point of this is basically what it's doing in the back end is so incredibly powerful that we can't really allow customization, and it's not really the most user-friendly thing in the world. So what we need to do is we need to I build them, basically. So what we're doing is we're looking at what we think will help or affect the most amount of people out there. And then we go in and we say, okay, from there we can start to build more and more. So you're going to see more moving average crossovers and indicator stuff and pattern recognition. And there's going to be swing trading and intraday stuff and all kinds of stuff. So for example, this is something that we actually just built. I don't know why there's 2 of them in there, so I got to fix that soon. Let's grab re. And what this is looking for you day traders out there is what we call an opening power bar, both bullish and bearish. So just highlighted the opening bar here, the opening 2 minutes. You can see it opened right at the low of the day and it closed right at the high of the day, that candle. That for a lot of people can be signifiers of strong action, right? Let's look at LHTM. The fact that when it opens, the theory behind it is that opening range, it just shows that there's a lot of people that are interested in this. There was no pullback, I guess, off the open to this at all. Right, LB RT, whatever this guy is, right? You can see it opened, it sold off just a little bit, and then it closed right at the high. So what this is doing is every 10 seconds or so, it's actually giving you every single one of these that has that opening power bar, which there's a lot today. So let's look at Best Buy. It's going to have the same kind of thing, right? Big opening. And the other component of this is that it's a larger than normal range as well, right? So it has to be a larger than normal bar that has basically closed right near the top and opened pretty near the bottom, just showing that it's a big, strong opening drive. And then from there, there's a lot of things that people can do and say, okay, I want to trade off that. So like this LBTR, if you took the break of that high, you got a nice little gain in 2 minutes, but most of these things are doing actually pretty well since the move. So again, a lot of cool scans. And if there's something that you don't like, if you don't see anything that you do like, you can go into just come back, right? And we're constantly building. So we have that bullish bar, and then we'll have the bearish one. Bill. Yeah, so you can see, oh, that would have been nice, eh? So yeah, Bill, you can see opened right at the high of the bar, closed right at the low of the bar. And then again, taking something like this and applying trading analysis to it, you can just see it based here for the next 10, 15 minutes. And then when it broke that base, that was kind of the end of her. Was that it today? Just Bill, and you'll see it repeat symbols. Again, it's early beta we're trying to get, but these were the only two that met the criteria today, I think. TME, maybe. Oh, TME as well. That would have been great. And what is TBLT? Oh yeah, it's a little junky stock. I wouldn't worry about that. But yeah, Bill and TME were both fantastic. TME is China, right? Yeah, 10 cent. So yeah, tons and tons of stuff, more stuff to come. I need to obviously, when we're done here, figure out why there's two bullish in there. Is there anything else? The gap fill one I think is cool. So we'll go gap up fill. So we're back to the daily chart on this. Don't worry, we're going to do a better job of denoting what's daily and intraday and all of this soon. Let's just take a look through here, see if there's anything that really stands out. Because yeah, what we're looking for in this one is something that's had a big gap, say over the last 6 months, I think, and now it's filled that gap. So ENSC, for example, which was in the same one for that Steve built, but big gap up, comes down to fill the gap. Often that can be used often can be used as support, right? Same with this one, this ACHR. You can see this is the open of the gap. That would kind of be the top of the gap. And it came down here a few times and it bounced, and each time was a good trade, and now it's back there now. So question is, will this hold again to act as another one? So like this one as well. There's a lot of these that are super interesting. ATHR, same kind of thing, right? We've got this massive gap in through here, right? We've come down the low end of the gap. This one is actually put in an RSI divergence as well, right? And getting tight in through here. So my only worry with things like this, there's a lot of bag holders up here without a doubt. This layout right here, yeah, I don't even need to share it. So if you go to your channel bar, because all I did is I just took this one. You can see it's the same layout. I changed the color of the chart a little bit. But yeah, so just go to your channel bar, go to strength alerts, and just click that. And it will actually open up this window for you already. And you can right click in it and you can change which of those scans that you're looking at just right from there. I can give you, if you want like all the fancy colors and stuff, you can do that too. I don't know why. I've played with a lot of the different colors since we got it. And I like this Here we go. I like this. I don't know. It's kind of like sun and sky or whatever type of look. Divergences with wedges. Appreciate you incorporating this search. Awesome. We love this kind of stuff, right? On that pattern-based trading logic, there are some solid examples. Website, auto chart is handful. Yeah. So for the RSI divergence, it's funny because it's not actually looking for the declining wedges. However, there seems to be a lot of them. I don't know if it's just a symptom of, having the, as soon as you have an RSI divergence, you're kind of automatically having the declining wedge as well. But yeah, that's what's happening a lot, like this data, right? You can kind of see the declining wedge here. And again, it's not searching for that. What it's searching for is stocks that are making new lows where the RSI is not. So again, it just may be a symptom of that. But I'm very much enjoying it. Again, it's counter trend trading, so you have to be careful. If the stock's going down, it's going down for a reason. But yeah, I'm really loving them. We want to get more into building pattern recognition stuff, head and shoulders, and that kind of stuff. Full disclosure, just because I like that we have a community that we can talk about that, is it's hard. So basically, what the system gives me is price and volume, and I can do anything with price and volume. Right. So like for the RSI divergence, when I built this scan, I had basically the system only records high, low, open, close, and volume. So from there, I started to build everything else out, right? I built out the RSI, and I built out the max values for the high and the low, and I built all this kind of stuff out from scratch. So indicators are fairly easy, which is why I think they're pushed a lot by different scanning and charting and all of these type of companies, because they're easy, right? Building an RSI is you just take the equation and you copy it into your system. Again, it's why I think they don't provide much value. But pattern recognition becomes hard because how do you do it? Like, how do you actually just for example, if you had the close of a stock every day, and I'm legitimately asking if there's any websites that you've seen do this, think of Excel. It's kind of like a really insanely powerful version of Excel. Like if you had an Excel document, how would you build in Head and Shoulders? So it's just hard to convert that pattern into mathematics, and then B, it's very subjective. And that's why I talk about how I really want to improve these bull and bear flags. I just need to think of how, because it's one of the most common ways to trade. I think a bull and a bear flag is probably one of the best ways to trade, simply because you're trading in the direction of the trend. You're waiting for a consolidation. So you have a logical place for a stop loss, right? So this VSCO kind of bull flag, you had a big push up, Victoria's Secret, and now it's kind of chopping sideways here. So if it breaks out of this base, right where you're wrong, right? So say, you get in at 57, if it breaks out of this little bull flag, if it gets back down to like 55, the pattern's destroyed and you're wrong. So it's a way to trade. Like I don't want to use the term easier, but I do kind of think it's easier in effect, because where you're wrong, and that's where most traders get in trouble. Like most traders get in trouble because they continuously, move stops or ignore stops or let stocks run against them, all this kind of stuff. So patterns, I find they help because they have risk management kind of built in them, right? If you're trading a Head and Shoulders pattern, and for people who don't know, a Head and Shoulders pattern is just when price kind of does something like this, right? And the theory is if it breaks down out of this neckline, that's where you get involved. and your stop goes either here or worst case it goes here. But there's a moment in which that pattern is negated. So I like them, and I want to build more of them. And as soon as we master the kind of daily time frame, then we can zoom in. We can do 30-minute. We can any candle type from 1 minute up to 10, right? So it's one of those type of things that we, and by we I mean me, because this is kind of my area that I'm working on right now, would love to do more of these, but the combination of subjectiveness and complexity when it comes to pattern recognition is complicated, but it's definitely what we're moving towards, right? We would love to have great pattern rec and very complex scanners, the stuff that you can't find literally anywhere else, right? And, as a company that charges a subscription fee, anything that we can provide to you guys that you can't get anywhere else is obviously good for us, right? It means we got you. But yeah, it's like how, and again, you can find me on, I'm just, Stats Edge Trading, you can see above there. That's me on YouTube. I got my own YouTube channel, but you can also just Michael Noss CMT on Twitter. And again, if you got any ideas, I'd love to hear. Ideally, it would be a video or a blog or something where someone's making these things in Excel, just because it's kind of an Excel-like type of interface. But I'm always interested in learning how to do this, because I would love, and then eventually you get advanced patterns like cup and handles and all kinds of stuff. But so someday I hope that I only use this Market Explorer window for all of my scanning. There's just everything that I and everyone else would practically want to see, right? Everyone's going to have like this weird, I want an A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z with a this cross and a that thing and this thing. It's like, okay, well, we can't do very specific one-off type of things, but for most people, we'll have what you need. And then you just have that. And again, the beauty of it is we can do really advanced stuff. We can create these really cool symbol lists. We can, and from your guys' point of view, there's nothing to do, right? So if you want to go and you want to look at the RSI divergence scanner, you just click RSI divergence long and away you go, right? That's all there is to it. So it makes customer service easier. It makes, people using the product for the first time easier. Here's your scan, right? You click on it and, you see, is this something that is of interest to you, right? Car is putting in a little bit, I don't know, that might be like really borderline, but Car is pulling back, maybe putting a little bit of RSI divergence, you either like it or you don't, right? And you take the trade or you don't, kind of thing. So any suggestions, certainly let us know. You can tweet at me, info@trade-ideas.com. You can let us know there. Just know that every one of these scans takes many hours of work, and the more complex it is, the longer that will take. And so really we're in the phase now where we're testing. We're trying to gather your guys' point of view to see whether this is something that you like, whether or not it's worth pursuing. And then B, we're trying to get, right, we want to get the largest impact per scan, right? We have to go with what is going to benefit or affect the most amount of traders on each individual scan. And then from there, we kind of want to narrow that in, and we'll start to, when we do all of the big stuff, then we'll start to work on the little stuff. So it's exciting. It's kind of a brand new type of a thing for Trade Ideas. It's a brand new, it's a completely different and separate program that we're just integrating together. So it's kind of like a Trade Ideas 2.0, but for kind of curated type of scans, which again, I think will be beneficial to all but the people who really want to get in there and do a lot of a lot of tinkering on their own. All right, so let me ping Barry here. See if he's back. As always, there is a different liquid refreshment, protein shake. Started a new, very intense workout program, Jan 1. So I'm drinking as much protein as I can to survive. But yeah, it's someone here is here every day, right? So, I talk about my style of trading and what I like and what I'm interested in, but tomorrow there'll be someone else with a different trading style and different things that they use the program for and look for, and so on and so forth. So come join us every day at noon to 1 Eastern, and I will talk to you guys soon.
I mean, I know it's up 4%, decent volume for it, 3 times normal, but for me, it's just not doing much. And it depends what you're looking at. I mean, the next high looking left is 857 last month, and then 867, and then what was that, 838. So, you've got these little areas here that it's got to get through. So, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's just not interesting. But that's me. Somebody else might pipe in and say, no, no, Barry, you're missing it because of this little pattern here. And that might be, that might be correct. It's just not the sort of stuff I look at. Did have some news. Expects phase. Okay, so they're expecting, so the phase 2/3 trial data in Q1. So sometime this month or this quarter. Well, I mean, the relative volume is good, 2.9 million, or 2.9 million, 2.9 times normal. But you're right. I mean, it's only 405,000. It doesn't trade very much. If that 405,000 represents about 3 times normal volume, yeah, I mean, this doesn't trade very much. Times 432. Okay, what are you doing? APLT. APLT. Oh boy, another all-time low, guys. APLT, another all-time low. Hmm. My only issue now is that float. 15 million in the float. I'd like to see a little higher float if we're going to go short something, some of these smaller ones. Um, but I mean, it's sort of. I wish this were earlier in the day. But it's definitely interesting. It's an all-time low. APLT, an all-time low. Couple of days. Look at this week. It's had. I don't like the way it's trading on this 5 minute. I don't like these bottoming tails. You know, the sellers tried knocking it down a few times, and the buyers are keeping it here. I mean, they're not huge bottoming tails, but also I just wish this were earlier in the day. This was awesome earlier in the day. I think kind of like the little bit like the Avro. I mean, the Avro a little bit of a disappointment for me. I was hoping it would get into say the 240s, but look at it basing here. I mean, you talk about consolidation. Oh, a perfect circle? Not yet. Not yet. Very soon though, maybe if it holds this level here. We're talking about the NLSP. Yeah, I don't look at anything else. Probably, yeah, I don't look. I mean, you know, I didn't look at the RSI. Didn't look at anything else. The grits didn't look at anything. I didn't unfortunately take the trade because I was too wrapped up on the other one, and then it went down too quickly for me. But no, I really don't look too much at the RSI or anything. I just look at what the chart is telling me, how much room it's got. But that, you know, that's just me. I'm not saying you should do the same thing. Well, this will be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. I mean, there you would think is the base, 730, right around here, maybe. And again, we have to remember, pre-market it was up for the day on the press release, and then I guess you know reality set in. People really examining it and saying, well, you know what? They may put a positive spin on it, but the market is not reacting that way at all. Well, the next, well, I guess I could have taken it 475 now up to 5. I mean, even just as a little scalp. Now let's see what happens at 5. I thought 5 would really block it. I may be wrong, but that came from my option scanner. This will have to get into the 30s for me, the NLSP. I'm only interested, I mean, just because of the float, and I keep thinking that at some point the enthusiasm may come back in, but I mean, it's basing beautifully. Gotta say that, it's basing beautifully. So if it ever comes back in with some volume, you just have to think it's going to, I'm going to stick an alert around 233, see if it, 234, and see if it takes that out later. So Sam, did you look at the docking video? Have you seen the docking video? Now, if you're talking about just the channels, that's simple. Just click on New Dock Channel Bar, and now let's just say you wanted to, look at the momentum channel. Okay, so here you are. You've got that up and running. Now I can move it off if I want to another monitor. Click on New Dock Channel Bar again. Open up another channel if that's what you're talking about. So I can have several channels open at the same time, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. So I don't trade like that, Global. I don't have percentages. I eyeball on for me. I'd be looking at a chart and seeing where I think there is some support. So I don't put a fixed percent below where I want to get out of the trade. It's always going to be different, and because that'll share size me also. It's all about the risk. So if I'm going to risk the same amount per trade, then if I were going to risk 20 cents on this trade, I'll just make up a number, okay? So if I were in at 220 and I was going to put my stop at $2 because I thought there was a lot of support at 2, and I was going to risk $100 on the trade, I would take 500 shares. Why? I divide my risk, 20 cents, into the $100 that I'm risking. I get 500 shares. So for me, this is not about a percentage, like a certain percentage every trade. Well, that's what I do. I look at support resistance. I do not have some people say, well, I'm going to risk 10 cents a trade or 20 cents a trade or half a percent a trade. I don't trade that way. But again, that's just me, okay? I mean, that's just the way I trade. So Sam, did I answer your question? I can't remember. You asked the question about channels. Okay, so it's all the scans. Okay, well, I think if you watch the video, it's gonna tell you. Okay, watch that video, or even here. I don't know if this is more up to date. If you go to our guide, a minute, go to the guide right here. Go to the education section, and click on user guide, and I'm pretty sure one of the sections is docking. Okay? It'll show you how you can take individual scans and create a docked window. Okay? If you have a problem after watching it, just let me know and I'll help you further, okay? See, look at that NLSP. What a... As Dak is saying, you know, it's just chopping around up and down. You can get chopped out of this sort of a trade many, many, many times before it, you know, it's just got to break out. What is it? Well, you're very welcome. Get my vest on here, my trading vest. Get my lucky trading vest. Get some luck here going. There we go. Okay. Wow, there's the grits again making a new low. It's not a cardigan. It's not a cardigan. It's well, this one has to be watched tomorrow to see if it bounces. You see if the company comes out and defends. I mean, this is just crazy to me on this GRTS. You got that right, guys. This is not a This is not a vest like that. Actually, it is a new company. I can't even pronounce the name. Asurotix or something in Vancouver. Well, there's been no pullback. I mean, it's just if you look at NLPS, I mean, this would drive you crazy, but just look at it. I mean, if I get the right symbol in, NLSP, sorry. See, that's a pullback. Okay, that's a pullback. It is not pulling back at all. This is just stuck in a bit of a channel here. That is a pullback, but it's only one bar. But that would be, you know, something that you look at and go, okay, it's broken out. Right here, I mean, you're just stuck in this 210 to 225 range. I do recall this one, and it just showed up as a short on my option scanner. And I was too late. Sugar, that was excellent. 118, I wonder if it went too fast. Right here, 118 at 12.92. And it shot down. William, you said you went long finally, GRTS. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, well, for me, I mean, I listen. This may break out. It may break out, but just look left. Look at all the look left on the monthly chart, all and the weekly chart. Look at all the action right where it is. I mean, right around five. I mean, listen, it may break out, but I like to put the odds in my favor. I don't want to see all this stuff, right close to the current price. That's me anyway. If all this were down here and then the next high looking left were, say, up around six, that'd be awesome. But because it's in the right sector. Today, obviously, energy is the right sector. It's a big float also, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. So, to get it through this with that sort of a float, hey, it may do it, but it's just something that I don't like to do. But that, again, is just me. I'm taking all my resolve not to take this short with the grits. Well, it does keep grunting at me with the oink oink oink. That's my sound alert for this. Yeah. So you tried to short this, but again, that uptick rule definitely in play for today. Yeah, that's another one. I mean, I probably would have taken this one. Yeah, nice, right there. But I was on my break, and I just said, I've been chopped out, got chopped out earlier, so I thought, you know what, I'm just going to relax. But this is what I wanted it to do when I was in it. No, not at all in the pre. Absolutely, GRTS. That's why I'm saying GRTS was positive in the pre-market on that press release. I mean, look at it. I mean, it wasn't. I'm not saying it was unbelievably positive. There's where it closed 1223. It got up to about 13, so closed around 12.33 yesterday. Got up to about 13 this morning, but it was just sort of holding there. And it's not, when the market opened is when it just collapsed. There's the first candle. No clue this was going to happen based on the pre-market. And yet Citigroup, is it Citigroup or is it one of those cities holding firm with their $250 price target for Tesla? All right. Okay, I had a price alert for NLSP on the way down. All right, just going to get rid of some of these. That was last week, wasn't it, or the week before? I mean, this is recently for the Tesla call. All right, guys, let me see here. I'm just looking at see if there's anything that has interest to me. Really, there's nothing. So I'm not going to try to manufacture a trade just because I'm not in one. Yeah, grits. I mean, grits is through seven now, or almost through seven now. Well, my goodness. Okay, what do we got here? We have 623 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, 685 looks like the next low looking left. Unbelievable. Woo, there's the SPY. So the AI had a nice one, guys. It's out of the price range I like to trade, but I can tell you right now, there was one right here. It's a 6% move. They're both, all three of them are positive. I mean, modestly, but this one is a 6.7% move. Shorting ITOS at 44.72, now down to 41.70. You can just sort of see the move. And look at the room this has got. I mean, on the daily chart, next low looking left is 39, sorry, 38.97. Is that right? 39.72. So, I mean, this in theory still has some room to go. Can you buy and sell after linking the platform with interactive brokers? Well, in a word, yes. You don't have to link the program, but if you're talking about using this window that is called Brokerage Plus, then yes, you can use this window called Brokerage Plus and link it. I'll show you. I'll give you a video to show you how. Okay, so I just popped in a this Brokerage Plus, and there are two videos. The first video, the short video, will show you how to link it with Interactive Brokers. Okay, you'll need a real-time data account with or live data with Interactive Brokers, and then you would click on Live. But the video will explain all that, and then you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, you don't have to. And the only reason I say that, I don't want to get people get the wrong idea that if they don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, they can't use Trade Ideas. It just means they don't have access to this. Now, this is only you have to be using our downloadable version, not a web-based version. Also, okay. But the short answer to your question is yes. Boy, nothing looks too safe right now, guys. Look at Bitcoin, BITO. I don't know what Bitcoin is, but I'm looking at the ETF sliding away also. I mean, just a little bit above its all-time low. Pepe, you're my mute master. Yeah, just saying what an incredible drop this has had. All of this, many days, maybe a couple of months, maybe or a month and a half, all wiped out in it. That was in about 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. You go back to yesterday, you just see what happened. I mean, look at this. This is an hour, and that was the big move in 1 hour from 25 down to 10. All right, guys, this is one that was active in the pre-market. It fell once the market opened, but VMAR trying to come back a little bit. Little bit. But I'm honestly not too interested in trading anything right now. I have a marketing meeting at 2. Could be a bit of a long one. This is the first one of the year, so might be a little bit to discuss. So that'll be at 2 o'clock. I'll be on mute. The last couple have not been. They've been very short and succinct. Yeah, well, nobody's on video, so nobody sees. We're not. Yeah, we don't do it like a. It's not a Zoom meeting like that. Well, there's a fun fact. CP. Oh, he doesn't care, Grumpy. He doesn't care. ALZN, okay. So Hoth was an Alzheimer play also today. Yeah, this looks like, I mean, if this doesn't stall at 217 or so, I'll be very surprised. Nah, I'll never ban you, Grumpy. No matter how grumpy I get with you, I'll never ban you. Mouse trial? There you go. I don't read, all I read is the headline, you know, mouse trial. Funny. Look at Bitcoin, guys. Look at this little move down. Okay, guys, how much is it? 47,000 or so, or 46,000? Look at this move down. $45, 9? Thanks. All right, Rely. Well, let's see. The high yesterday was what, 923? Didn't quite make it, Zach. Still was a big percentage run from the beginning of the year to the end of to December 31st, but yeah, I don't know. I've not. I just don't. I've never traded Bitcoin. Well, this is where it all started. So around 5:57 for JWEL. That was this week was what in November, the first week of November, going from about 550 up to $25 yesterday, and then in basically one day, guys, one day, it's all wiped out. We've been talking about pets, PETZ. Another disastrous IPO, Innoviz. I don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into this, but look at this. I mean, back in April, and nothing. You know what I'm going to do? What time is it right now? It's 1:44. Let's going to do a quick look to see what sort of IPOs we've got coming up. See if there's anything kind of interesting, especially something that is like the IMMX is issuing very few shares. Yeah, nothing really happening. This is a SPAC, really. Um, this could be interesting. This AMLX, it's a pharma bio, only 8.8 million shares. And the week after, no, same week, CINC. Actually, so there were three on Friday. So, in order to track them, this is what I'm going to do. I am going to see if I can shrink this a little bit. So this is just a little trick. We don't have an IPO filter, but I think this is a better way to do it anyway. So here are the IPOs, okay? AMLX. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go AMLX, type it in. Obviously, it doesn't trade yet. I'm going to create a price alert. Right click, create a price alert. I'm going to put it at $1. Obviously, it's going to open more than $1. In my notes section, the only time I use notes, 8.8 million between 18 and 20. So 8.8 million, 18 to 20, I know what that means. And then I can also, sometimes it's good to know who's behind it. And I'll certainly, Goldman Sachs and Leerink. Okay, so now when it starts to trade, the price alerts window will pop up on my screen. And then instead of my having to remember, I wonder how many shares they issued, what was the IPO potentially priced at, I'll know it. And I'll know who's behind it. So now I'll do the next one, CINC. I think this is a better way to do it, guys, than having some kind of an IPO alert, because in the notes section now you have immediately what it's all about. Now 15 to 17, and this is now Morgan Stanley, Jefferies. Yeah, Oppenheimer. Okay, so I put that. So now I know who's behind it. And the last one, Vigil. And this could be, again, with these, with the ones that are issuing low, like not very many shares, they can be really kind of fun. So now, again, create the price alert. 1. My notes, so I know it's 7 million between 15 to 17. And this time it's Morgan Stanley, Jeffries, oops, Stife. Okay. So what will happen now, so let me just show you what I'm talking about. So here are my price alerts, okay? So they are at the bottom here, okay? You can see them right here. So when they start trading, next week on Friday, assuming they do trade on Friday, because I have my price alerts window minimized, when it starts to trade, it'll pop up on my screen, and then I can see exactly, what it's all about. Okay, so Global Citizen, are you a Trade Ideas subscriber? All right, so have you taken a look at our 20 lessons? Nice. Okay, then you're brand new. Then before you really do anything, oh, you're going through them. Okay, so go through the 20 lessons. And if you're new to trading, though, also, if you're new to trading, again, go to that education section right here. So you're already going to go through the 20 lessons and then go all the way down here where it says back to basics and a great little video series. It's all free. Great little video series. So if you're new to trading, I would really recommend spend some time taking a look at this and also our 20 introductory lessons. Those lessons are more obviously geared towards trade ideas. The going over the basic features that we've got. Yeah, I mean that's a temptation, You want to jump right in, and use our simulator. I mean, we have got a great simulator here. Okay, paper trade. Before you actually commit money to the market, practice trading using our simulator. It's just right under here. You just click on sim, and something will, if I get out of it, I'll show you what happens. Okay, so it says not connected when you start. When you click on sim, then it's going to select account. It'll change to select account. Just click on it and then click on simulated trading default. Now you can practice trading, okay, right here using our real-time data. Don't commit money to the market until you've practiced. Yeah, it's really simple. You know, you literally just click on an alert and you'll see the symbol will show up. And then, you know, you pick how many shares you want and the price. Click the big buy button. Now you're in the trade. Now, whether they're going to be good trades or bad trades, that's, you know, but just even the mechanics of just placing a trade. Especially if you've never done it, if you've never done it before. Meanwhile, rely. Again, I don't know if there's no reason for this, right? I mean, we keep looking for news. This is just maybe a meme stock, Reddit or something. Nice call, then, Empower. Wasn't easy. I mean, chopped around, you know, because of that float, 1.9. So what did it do? 839 down to 731. So a dollar. I mean, you know, to keep in the trade the whole time would have been for me impossible. But certainly, yeah. I mean, from here, right there. Actually, a green bar ignored on Codex on the 15-minute chart. I think. Not quite, not quite. Here's the bottoming tail. I guess it's just a little bit below the low of that previous red candle. So the warrants are going crazy. Rely is going crazy. Looks like it's going to take out 10 now. Wow. Yeah, so I'm looking at some of bounce plays from Zach. Just hard to play bounces right now with the market doing what it's doing. We have a massive disconnect now, guys. I mean, Dow is still up, you know, pretty decently, and look at tech. Just well, Nas is just getting thumped. Let's see what it's doing. I know you're kidding, but all right, guys. I just want to put my announcement in. I'll be on this or in this meeting at 2, so I'll just put my announcement in. I think he's just kidding because of the downtrend. I think he's just kidding. Knowing William as I do, or I think I do. Okay, guys, putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, this just watching while I was in the meeting, the Rely, RELI. Pretty interesting, especially if it gets back over 10 again. Such a low float. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting set. This was a long marketing meeting. Getting set to wrap this up. As always, I'll keep the room open till 3:30. I'll get myself on mute at 3 o'clock. At 3:30, you can head over to YouTube if you want. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. I'll pop the YouTube link in just before, because I'll come back at about 3:29, wrap it up, close the room down, put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. Another one making an all-time low, Latch, LTCH. LTCH, this was probably a SPAC, became a SPAC, or was a SPAC, took this symbol over. All-time low. So many like this. All right, guys. So, are there any last? I said we have about 10 minutes while I'm still on the mic. Any questions you might have for me before I mute myself for the half hour from 3 to 3:30? Sam, did you get that docking? If you're still in the room, did you get that docking all cleared up? Well, I'll just reverse that on you. Thank you for listening, Empower. Now, I say this every time. I'm pretty sure this is it for the promo. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is it. I'm surprised it was still alive today, but I'm pretty sure this will disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So get it while they're hot. Subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, if you do want to take out for a 25%. Just go to my home page. And the promo code is right there. New Year 25, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. And as always, on my homepage, save my link. These two sections, lots of information, all my scans that I'm sharing, all the education. And you can sign up for the trade of the week. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And you can sign up for the stock of the day video that I do at noon every day. Well, you can become actually Dwayne. I mean, it depends on how much you want to market Trade Ideas, but you can actually become an affiliate. I mean, I can give you an affiliate link. Okay. You can sign up for the affiliate program if you want. Your custom channels were gone. That should not have happened. I don't have custom channels, but that should not have happened. So are you talking about now? Are you using the old channel bar or the dock channel bar, Nelson? So I don't know when you say my cloud right here. Is that what you're talking about? But you should be able to. I mean, there is a. If you created some custom channels, I think you're allowed to have 5 of them, right? And they should be still up here. I have one called test here. I don't know what it is. I don't use custom channels, so that's why I'm not completely up to date. Well, I don't know. I think actually this is a layout, so I cannot click on it without my layout disappearing. But my cloud, let's see what it says. Yeah, so I can. But are you saying that you had a bunch of custom channels that you had named and now they're gone? Because that shouldn't have happened. Well, you'd have to become an affiliate. You'd have to sign up to become an affiliate, and then you get a commission, okay? But it requires a certain amount per month. So if you just sign up one person, I don't think there's any commercial. There's no referral or anything like that. But you can just take a look at that affiliate program link. This is mainly, I mean, we've got some big affiliates out there. I mean, they're bringing in a lot of revenue for themselves every month because a lot of it is recurring revenue. You sign somebody up, and if they recur, in other words, on a month-to-month basis, you get that you get a commission based on how much they're you get a commission a percentage. But if you build up enough people who are recurring, it's not a bad little sideline. All right, guys, just give me a moment here. I've lost all my sound. I'm assuming you guys can still hear me, but I've lost sound here. So let's see if I've. All right, guys. Well, I've lost sound here, so I'm assuming you can hear me. So what I'm going to do right now, just going to put the message in. Oops. All right, so I'll put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have a question and I need to hop on the mic, I will. But otherwise, I'll be on mute. Room will be open till 3:30. At about 3:29, I'll shut the room down. I'll put the YouTube link in, so if you want to go to YouTube and listen to Chris for between 3:30 and 4:30, you can do so. Okay, Chris, just give me a couple of minutes as I wrap up here. Um, yeah, so you can use the pre-market channel, and then we do have an after hours channel right here, after hours. Nothing will be here until 4 o'clock. Okay, so I mean, yeah, so we have the after hours channel. Now, if you want, you can take a look. Excuse me, this is what I use for the pre-market. I mean, you can certainly use our pre-market channel, but this is what I use in the pre-market. I'm just going to put in my homepage link. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, you will be brought to my homepage. And if you click here on, excuse me, click on the scan section, click here, and this is what I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down, okay? You can use the pre-market channel and you maybe adjust it the way you want, but these are the four that I've used probably for 10 years now. Okay, and that's part of, just go to the scan section and you can take a look at them tomorrow if you want. Otherwise, you can just go to the pre-market channel. Yeah, we connect to interactive brokers. Okay, if if you wanted to trade from within Trade Ideas, you would use this product that we call Brokerage Plus, but you don't have to. Let me back up. We have a linking tool. Okay, so we link with many brokers. Interactive brokers is one of them. Linking meaning that if I click on an alert, it'll load into your order entry in Interactive Brokers. From there, from within Interactive Brokers, you can trade. Why do that? Well, it's a time-saving tool, obviously. I mean, if I, like myself, I'm clicking on many alerts all day long. It just saves me from having to type in to the order entry into Interactive Brokers. I just click the alert and it appears. The next step, if you wanted, you could use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, and you see right up there, hopefully you can see my screen. There is an option called Brokerage Plus, and then underneath, Live. And you would connect, actually then, to Interactive Brokers from within Trade Ideas, and then you could trade using this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your IB account. No idea. No idea what he uses. Okay, so Purple Night, this is what I would do, okay? Again, if I'm gonna put my got a few more questions here, Sean. Chris, I would go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. First thing I would do is go to the education section from my homepage. And then I would do this. I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons, okay? This is, it's not video, but it's very quick. You know, what is a top list, building a top list, what's an alert window, creating an alert window. So all of the basic features are covered here. That's the very first thing I would do, okay, before you do anything else, okay? And then, of course, you can come into this room. This room is like this, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m., Monday to Friday. The other thing you can do once you have taken the lessons, take a look, gone over all the basic features. Then what I would do is I would click from our toolbar, I click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar. And then you can kind of run through. All these are theme-based channels. We have an earnings channel. You know, in about 2 weeks, this is going to be full. Okay, they're going to see all the companies that are releasing earnings, and these two windows will be full probably for 2 months. You know, so we have an earnings channel. We've got, as I say, we've got a pre-market channel. We have an after-hours channel, but we have they're all theme-based. The one I like to show most people, because Most of us in the room are kind of momentum traders, liking to see stocks that are really moving. So we have a momentum channel. Okay, so what I would do is I would take a look at, you could go through the individual channels, and if you liked a particular scan, you could always, save it to the cloud, and then you go to another channel, you can extract another one and save it to the cloud. And again, this is all part in the introductory lessons showing you how to save things to the cloud. And then you can go, once you've saved some scans to the cloud, you file load from cloud. File load from cloud. And if you've saved them, you'll see them in a list. You just highlight, load, thereby creating really a layout without really knowing, without having to have created a scan on your own at all. Of course, you can create your own scans, but I think most people probably, to get started, good idea to go through the channels, take a look at them. You might find a channel you really love. Maybe you stick on it for a while. But definitely take the introductory lessons. Okay? All right, it is 3:30. Chris, you are on, my friend. I will just let me just pop this link in here first. Give me a moment here. So if you want to head over to YouTube, Chris is there. I will stop my streaming in about a minute, and Chris will be there. Chris at Trade Ideas will be there from 3:30 to 4:30. Okay, and I'll give you a moment there so you can copy or click on that link and go over there if you want. And let me just get my script together to shut down the room. Tomorrow's Wednesday, yes. All right, everybody, I'm shutting the room down now. I'll open it tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And now I'll stop, Chris.
Alright, I did an update and it looked like my mic was not on for a second. I think sound is good now. Looks like it was a good video transfer there from Barry on the stream. Alright, yeah, definitely got audio now. Perfect. Alright, everybody, so welcome to the 3:30 live sports session here with me, Chris Varley from Trade Ideas. We do this every day at 3:30 Eastern, market days. So it's an open forum. I don't come with any content. I will try to keep it moving and keep it interesting if nobody is asking questions. But I do this for you all to come ask your questions. If whether you're a Trade Ideas user and you have a question about compare count windows, scans, charts, single stock window, the AI, brokerage plus, all fair game. And I do this as well for anybody that's interested in Trade Ideas and they're just not sure whether or not to pull the trigger. Well, come hang here, a few days, few weeks, few months, whatever it takes in these support sessions. Ask your questions. Let me demonstrate for you what our capabilities are and how we can help you make better actionable decisions in the market. So that's what we're here for. That's what we try to do. So sorry, I just got a chart up of LTHM. I had taken a position in that yesterday. I was bullish if it could hold up above 25.30 ish or so, You see that line that's there on or just below 25.70, and so that's where I took a position yesterday and riding it into today. Sold a little bit up here early in the day, and we'll just kind of hold that and ride that. Volume is quite low. Let me see what I can do. Alright, I moved the mic a little bit closer, but I have my volume all the way up. Is that any better there, Toronto? Hopefully that's a little better for you. Alright. Alright, we got one much better and one so low. Let me check one more thing here. Because I can't, with the exception of swallowing the mic, I can get it no closer. Alright, is that any better on my audio? Hopefully you're going to say yes. Because there's no other option for me to turn this up any higher than what I currently have it. No, I don't. Alright, I tried something else to turn this up. Let me know if that's any better. I don't want to blow anybody out either by messing with some advanced settings here. No, I don't. I don't do the trade ideas room. I filled in for Barry last week on Monday, I think it was. Just it was, it was his first day off in a couple of years. I handle this broadcast over here at 3:30 Eastern each day. All right, audio is good, so I'm gonna go with hopefully what I just did there is gonna work because I can't really. There's nothing else for me to turn up at this point. So yes, please. No, I don't do it from. I don't do it from the Trade Ideas trading room. I do it from this side here. This broadcast makes it a little easier to get people in and out. There's more to manage in that trading room as well. So this is where my home is, 3:30 Eastern. So again, it's an open forum here. Anybody, please ask your questions, whatever they happen to be. Do my best to demonstrate them. I'm always of the mindset, I don't know everything. I'm a pretty proficient Trade Ideas user. I trade exclusively through Brokerage Plus with Interactive Brokers. So I'm, pretty familiar with that. But if I don't have the answer to your question, I've got an email you can send it into, and I will get together with minds greater than mine to get you an answer, of course. All right, excellent there, Ranesh. Welcome to the community. So, if you've got any questions, let me know. Can I show how to use strength? I can go over the strength window. I'm not going to tell you how to use it, but I can give you certainly some ideas from it. So the strength alerts window, that's this here, part of our Market Explorer technology. This is where the Trade Ideas Strength Alert newsletter gets derived from. And essentially what we do is we pick the stocks coming through usually on Fridays is where it comes with the highest scores. And those are, there's no bias pick to it or anything like that. We just pick the things with the highest scores. The only things that will exclude anything is if obviously there's a buyout. We also try not to have multiple things in the same sector to keep it diverse. But aside from that, as long as it's a reasonable tradable security, whatever's got the 5 highest scores, that's what's going out in the Trade Ideas newsletter. This is the scan. So those that have the newsletter don't get the scan. They just get these picks with a short write-up about each. In the scan, however, We run it every day, and it updates live. And from here, you can pick through and look at what you like in this scan here. So, for example, here's FLR that came through today. It's going to update the price accordingly. And, from there, you're going to have to decide, like everybody else, no matter what the scan is, how does this fit or does not fit into your trading plan, essentially. Someone like me, a trader where I'm looking for cup and handles, horseshoe up patterns on daily charts to give myself nice setups that aren't overly extended. I'm looking at this, and this is something, first off, throw it out there. It's on my like list. I've been watching the stock for a long time. I haven't entered a position yet because I just don't know about it getting through this line here with any gusto. But, I look at this, and it's got a classic cup and handle pattern right there for me. Now this is part of my trading plan. This is what I like to look at. The scans return me these ideas, and from there, I let my trading plan do the rest. So, and I see all these questions coming in. I will get to everybody. I will circle back. All right. So I'm just going to start here, though, with this Market Explorer Strength Alerts question. All right. So these are the kind of things that I do. You can go back. Michael opened this up, or had it opened up. However, I don't know if it was him or who. But so that we can go way back in time on these strength alerts here. And, we're talking going back all the way to the end of August now, as far as the history goes, and looking at some of this stuff. So, you've got all this data to go through, however you want to use it. You want to look at the most current stuff, that's here. You want to look at something from, a week ago, a month ago, whatever it is. That's all in here for you, all right? How you want to use that data, enter those trades, that's going to remain on you, of course. But for those that aren't familiar, you have to be on our newest beta version to use the Market Explorer, okay? And sorry, I'm just getting real hung up with these delays here. All right, so I just wanted to throw something out there for someone. So, all right, to get the Market Explorer, you have to be on our newest beta version, okay? And so for those of you that don't know, we have a function inside of the software that'll let you know when new beta versions are out, okay? So let's start there. If we come to Tools and we go to Options here, all right, we'll get this window, and we're going to look for this upgrade right here. And we have two bubbles that you can choose from, only production releases or all releases. If you select the all releases, every time we put a beta out, all right, you save that, this new up here will be a bold green every single time, okay? And when you click that, you'll have a upgrade now or update now, whatever it's going to say, and that'll take you to the download page, and you're going to scroll down to the bottom of the download page and find the beta and get that. And that's how you can have the Market Explorer. From there, once you have the Market Explorer, you would come to New, all right, Market Explorer right here, and you're going to open that window, and that's going to give you this here, and there's a link to our user guide that you can see right there, all right? Expand this out, however you like, real easy to move around, all right? And when we right-click, we can select our server windows, so we've now got quite a few different scans in here that have been built. 820 cross on gappers, that's 2-minute cross on, an 8 EMA and a 20 SMA. RSI diversions long and short are in here for daily charts. TI strengths that we're talking about, bear and bull flag setups on dailies, gap fill up and down on dailies, and the list goes on and on and on. You can go through these, and in the in the user's guide for the Market Explorer, it goes over what those different types of strategies are if you're not familiar with all those. So, if we right click again, we just look at the TI strengths, find the right server window, there we go. And give it a second to load in, there we go. And, we're going to have this here, exactly what I was just showing you. And from there, we start to look at what these different alerts are, and again, how they fit or do not fit into our personal trading plan is all. So I just want to get rid of that menu bar to clear up some space. So hopefully that kind of helps you out with, the TI strengths and what you could do from there. The last thing I'll touch about on the TI strengths alert, we can go and look at a dock channel bar here. I'm going to bring that over. And if we bring over we can look at the TI strength alerts channel. I know there's been some users that are not getting the welcome screen, but you should get this welcome screen right here. And this is just going to have exactly what is emailed to the people that are only on the email list. The people that get this email do not subscribe to the software, but we give you it in the software as well. It's going to be a little write-up about the market and some thoughts there, and then it'll go further into each one of these here, the stocks that were chosen based on their rating, all right, and a little write-up about each one. Some support and resistance ideas, stop and entry ideas, things like that. But again, it's all idea generation. What you do is entirely up to you. We put this information out there. We don't recommend anything. That's just, our 2 cents on some of this here. So hopefully that covers that. All right, start circling back into some of these other questions here. All right, volume low. Last night, show strength alerts. All right, all the windows from one channel. Is there a way to move them all together from one monitor to another? Yes. So we have what we call our docking windows, okay? So I can show you here. I have these charts, 3 different charts, daily 15 and a 5. They're all linked together here using our docking feature. All right, first I'm going to drop a couple of videos here for you on those. And then I'll go into a little bit more, and you can watch these videos in your, so 2 different videos on docking. One, Brad, who's, one of our trade ideas. That's his video from that, and then I did a video here as well to show you how I personally do this, personally use it. Now, there's a few different ways that we can go about docking, all right? If we took I have a free floating window actually I can use right now. All right, we take any free floating window, okay? We can right click it and we can come to duplicate into a new dock window, okay? And what that'll do is, sorry, this is populating on another screen. That has now taken that window and duplicated it into this docking window right here, okay? So I just want to have both windows kind of showing at once here. Sorry, it's a little tough to grab. There we go. So this window is now here and it's over here, all right? And you could, if we had multiple windows, we can keep docking them, and it's going to be, I believe, the last dock that we created, all right? So on this list, you can see I have all these other docks that are here right now. The last dock on the list is the last dock that I created, all right? And so we can keep kind of docking these into this window, and they're tabbed right now. What I can do from here is pull these off the tabs, all right? And then I can begin to dock them how I want to have them. So I can take the window, and we see the docking tool here, and we just place the mouse over how we want it to be, left, right, up, or down. And we can begin to start to dock like that. All right, and so now you can see that even though it's the same scan, we could do this with multiple different windows that are undocked and place them in the docks like this and arrange them how we want. And now they're all together, living a happy life together in that dock. So hopefully between the video and what I just showed you helps you a little bit. A couple of other notes with docking here. Let me bring over the menu bar again. If we come to Tools, Options, and we go to Layouts here, all right, we can tell it to open any new windows into a dock, all right? And we can show the docked instructions window too, all right? So we can get rid of those, or we can have them. Personally, I don't want new windows open into docks. I want them free floating, all right? That's just my personal choice. but I'll leave that up to you, so you can get that checked or unchecked, but that's under layouts. And those of you that aren't familiar, or still familiarizing yourself with the software, there's a million avenues and a million directions that you can head into. And so I suggest going through tools and the options and hitting all these different things up. Anyways, there's a lot of different things in here for you to look at. Between the layouts, time options, your connection, the trade size of the AI. This has nothing to do with automation here. This has to do with just the alert window itself. So, I suggest taking time and going through these different things here. They might save you some headaches in the future. All right, we're there. Sorry, and I have someone just kind of peeking in because I wanted to show, sometimes I have some real delays on these charts, and that, something that we're trying to work through here internally. And so now they are pretty decent, actually. Some days are a little more than others on these delays for me. Today, not as bad as it's been. Anyways, we're just trying to continue to make big improvements here to the software, the charts. I think scans are pretty outrageous as it is, but if we can get our charts to that next level, it just keeps putting us ahead of the competition here. So anyways, just want to click through a few charts. All right, let's get back. So we covered docking. I think hopefully between those videos and what I just said was there. Where can I find it? How far back was this alert? All right, so Toronto the Great. First off, LTHM is kind of a long-term one for me. I've been trading it since sometime in 2020, actually. So the end of 2020, it kind of came on my radar, and I've been trading it on and off since then. But the original scan where I got that from, I call it my evening scan. I'll bring that up, and then I'll share it with you here. Let's see, load from cloud. And let's go my evening scan. We're going to go with the original one first, but I have a modified one that I am now using. So here, I'm going to share a link to that first. Alright, and there's no magic voodoo in the scan or anything like that. So the scan that I just shared in there, that's this scan right here. And sorry, just hung up trying to size this. We'll right click, we can come into the configure, and we can see what I'm doing here. Window specific filters. Let's hide those. And so we're looking at stocks between $4 and $30. They have to be 75% above the low of today's range, have to have a relative volume of 1, have to have traded at least 750,000 shares today, and they have to be 75% above the low of the 20-day range. And I use this scan in the evening or before live market hours to do my scanning. And this is the scan where I found LTHM forever ago. It, pops in and out of the scan occasionally, as long as it's meeting those metrics of the scan, but it's something I've been tracking anyways. And so, if we go through some of these real quick here, we're going to find things that are going to be overly extended, which I just want to see everything anyways, and then find things that are more in my wheelhouse for a setup. Now, this today was actually my wheelhouse of a setup, but I decided not to take it for various reasons. But why is it in my setup? Well, we got this long kind of base area here, and while I know it's kind of trending down, really kind of based here, and then we've got this nice kind of horseshoe up that's happened here. And with that horseshoe up, if we zoom in a little bit to this daily chart, all right, we had this big gap that happened, and we've defended that gap now pretty easily. And this 8 EMA, which is something I like to use on all time frames, has really held this price action well. Those are reasons why it interested me today. I also had made mention that over 780 today, that this chart looked good and could take a shot at yesterday's highs. That all proved true. unfortunately, hindsight trading, I did not take that. 780 was the level that I was looking at. That was right here, and that was based on getting above this level right here and holding it from yesterday. And I thought that if it did it, it could gain momentum and take that out. We did, in fact, do that. Kind of all worked out. Anyways, hindsight trading, didn't take it. Let's find some charts that interest me, though, from this and go over why they interest me. I'm going to want to zoom back out for this. So, we're not really quite doing it. It has kind of a look that I like with this happening here, but I don't like this kind of downward channel there. Now, gapped out of that downward channel might be worth looking at because of that, but I like to see this more than this. Just my personal preference. What does have me taking a second look is there is a ton of energy plays coming through this for the last 3 trading sessions, and I'm already seeing energy names on it right this moment. Oxy, Myrrh, Pump, P10, MRO. These are all energy names right there. And that's one of the other things that I do with this scan is I look, what if we've got 100 names on this and 40 of those names are all energy, and then 20 are maybe semiconductors or something like that. To have 40% of a scan pushing out one sector, that's a big deal. Might want to take an extra look at the stuff that's in that sector. So, and on the single stock windows where I see that, crude, petroleum, natural gas, XOP has been on fire again today. So, these are all things that I'm looking at, and I know I'm going kind of quick on some of this, but this is also after several years of trading, where my mind goes immediately. I know the XOP is natural gas and exploration. All right, and this is what I'm looking at here. And I've said before, anybody that's been around, above 100 on the XOP, we're looking bullish again, just like what happened last year. And, that here is last year now. All right, and this is what the XOP did with a pullback and a move up and a pullback and a move up and a pullback and a move up, and continuously over the long term making higher lows. So again, putting a puzzle together, these are the things that I'm looking at. All right, we'll go through a few more of these charts here. This one kind of interests me, but I'm not going to put but I don't find it's actionable for me and my plan right now, so I'm not going to like it. But again, we're trade ideas, so I'm returning idea generation to myself using this scan. That's the purpose of what this scan is for me. No, not interested. That's an ETF. 10. I can't remember. This is aircraft or something? No, motor vehicle. Okay, I thought it was aircraft parts. No, doesn't interest me. Not right now. Why does this not interest me? Has this big run up. Big downward trend here. A couple of days up doesn't break that trend as far as I'm concerned. We get and we reclaim and hold this area. Maybe some interest, but it's a lot of work to do through this chart. But anyways, someone else may look at that and see something completely different than I see. Another thing that I always discuss with this scan is I shared this with a guy that runs a trading desk. And he said, I don't understand how you think there's swing ideas in there. I think it's a great day trading scan. And I said, I get it. I see what you see out of it. I just happen to find some great swing ideas from it. And that's just my personal 2 cents in it. That's all. So let's continue to click through a few of these here. P10. I like this nice base. And again, we're in energy. We're at a big inflection point here, more or less. What are we taught in Technical Analysis 101? You buy smiley faces. We've got a smiley face as far as I'm concerned here. Am I buying it today? No, but I'm certainly interested in it. Very liquid. It's in the right sector as far as I'm concerned, and I can tell you right now, my homework says we're putting it on the list here. Not within trade ideas. We want, both Michael Noss and I want compare charts so very badly. There is a ticket inside of our development crew for it. If it will ever happen, I don't know. I mean, I think it would be a huge benefit to us to have it, but, excuse me, gonna sip a little tea. It's getting cold here. Have some tea on this cold day here in the Northeast. But as it stands right now, perfect circle, there's no compare charts within this, so on our wish list, on an internal wish list. Let's see, take a look at a few more of these here. TMST. Another one that's interesting here to me. Again, this base. And kind of look at these moves within the move. All right. Another big inflection point. So yeah. Do I use anything for it? No, not yet. But I am actually getting ready to make a move on the CMT exams here. I'm signed up for them, so I'm going to have to start figuring that out now. So if I come up with something perfect circle, I will remind me and I'll let you know. Just ask once in a while and I'll let you know if I've come up with something for that, because it's part of what I'll have to do for CMT exams. Sorry, and just happened to notice a position that I took today decided to make its way down towards my stop, unfortunately, right now. Hindsight trading, I'm guessing the Qs are selling off still. No, they're not even selling off. What do you know? Anyways, whatever. So, that's kind of, the short and skinny of where LTHM came from. So I think we covered that. Covered that. Alright, I think I'm caught up on specific questions here. Now, I modified the scan recently, and I'll share the modification with you as well. So I used to not really look at stuff above $30. Now I'm looking at stuff a little higher, and then that scan had not been returning ideas to me as much as I would have liked over a few weeks, so I modified one other part. So let me bring that modification up. So first I'm going to share the link, and then I'll go over what the two modifications were that I made in the scan. And see if there we go. Alright, so let's go here. So in the window specific filter, I upped it to 40 from 30, and I took out the position in today's range. Everything else remained the same. The volume metrics relative in today's volume and the position in 20-day. It was just because there was a lot of stuff that looked good on daily charts, but we're having sell-offs at the end of the day throughout the month of December. And so I started coming across charts. I'm like, well, why isn't this making the evening scan? And the position in today's range filter was blocking it, just because we were having a lot of weakness late in the day. That was still stocks making some decent moves on my swing trading kind of thoughts and ideas behind my swing trading plan. So I just made that modification, and then I decided to make a move and just up that a little bit to $40 from $30. So you've got both scans. Do with them what you will. And again, sorry to take a pause. So again, if I missed a question, I'm looking them over, not seeing. I think I covered everything. Anyways, let me know. We can circle back to it. Let's get rid of those. So take another victory lap here with Holly again today. We get so many emails when Holly has a couple of bad days. You guys are a scam, you're a ripoff, so on and so forth, and just people think Holly, they should be a millionaire with Holly after 3 months or 3 days. She crushed it yesterday, and she crushed it again today. ITOS, just an absolutely outstanding alert from that. And if nothing else, it moved in to be an outstanding alert pretty quickly here, and then gave you a chance to either add to that position or take some off so that you didn't let it get back to break even before it got a nice another slow release for the rest of the day. Um, so I believe it is, yeah, Columbia Sportswear, just absolutely fantastic. Look at that entry point right here. All right, and then came back to break even for a moment, but you're really kind of in this range, and then just the rug pull on that right there, apps into the close, unbelievably beautiful. And then DVN had a pretty good alert here too. She almost top ticked it here, just wicked up a tiny bit here, and then proceeded to make a really solid 45-minute move. Came back up, got you just over break even a little bit, made another nice move back down. And so, I know people want to press play and walk away and put money in their bank account, but I'm sorry, that's just not the way trading works, ever. Bottom line is, a solid alert here. Plenty of time to have gotten in, plenty of time to manage that trade for a winner before getting, back to break even. Just really, really, really solid stuff. And if that isn't good enough, those 1, 2, 3, number 4 here, and while you would have had to have share sized really big on it, it was also a really small price stock. So all relative to what we're doing. She got a nice little move right there at 131. All right, moved up here. You got a shot. Realistically, 8, 9, 10 cents for you people that want to play the real fast ones like that. All right, and there's time to exit that trade with a profit as well. And so while you would have had to share size big, your risk also wasn't quite as big off that gap move. So, 4 for 4 today. And while, I would never trade something like this quite personally, there are people that want that. So, it was just really all there for you today. So again, I see us quiet on the questions panel still. Again, any questions, please fire them away. As I always say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. So, alright, sorry, just going through a few questions that are coming in here. So, alright, you guys are a quiet bunch, and I see that we've lost more than half the viewers that were allegedly in here. So I must not be giving information that they wanted. I'm not sure what you mean by issues with euro instead of US dollar. It's on our end that issue, or is it IB's issue? Because Michael Noss is transferring from Canadian dollars to US dollars, and he has no issues. He trades exclusively through Brokerage Plus. I do believe. Oh no, IB's the problem. Yeah, you're gonna have to reach out with them. I know quite a bit on Trader Workstation just from having my own issues with IB over the years, and so I try to do everything I can to assist anybody with IB issues the best that I can, so they don't have to go to them, because IB's support isn't always the greatest. But when it comes to anything like that, I really don't know. I do know that. In our startup video for linking to IB, Michael goes over, I think, having to make a transfer or, convert money from whatever your currency is to US dollars. But, that's all the information I have on that. He goes over that. Here's a video. If you don't have this already, all right, get the link to this. In this video, Michael goes over setting up that connection from IB to us, or vice versa, whatever it is. And he does discuss having to make a transfer of that money. He doesn't go into too much detail about it, but maybe something he says there will click and help you out there. Yes, please. Or those are the only thoughts that I have. Sorry, I don't have more that I could do to help you on that. Yes, these docked windows are all part of my personal layout. So I started off. All these were in individual windows there, Wolfhound, and I just I created docks. I duplicated them into docks and then sized them the way that I wanted them, and arranged them the way I wanted them, and that was it. Exactly how I did it, Wolfhound, I shared in a video. Let me see if I can find where that video is. I'll reshare this. So here's a video going over exactly what I did to create what you see in front of you right here. So again, I think I'm caught up with questions here. If anybody has anything for me, please let me know. And so I wasn't really paying attention to what happened in the close here, but I just took a glance at my compare count windows here. On the smaller cap side of things, on the larger cap side of things here. And we can see there's a pretty good sell-off going on into the close here. Really good sell-off here on these large caps. So interesting. We'll see what that means. Better overall. GRTS, yeah, didn't it get crushed today? And again, I why I reiterated a few things when I've talked about this chart here. We could not get through this, and I thought about, do I want to take a position? Maybe, but it just this line here, just it could not do it. And then I'm guessing they must have had some kind of bad news today, because they got absolutely destroyed. I saw. I mean, that is tough right there. That is tough right there. And the other thing that I'll note here too, sorry, let me zoom in on this chart here, is this. We had these big volume days to get us up to that line, and then the volume was gone every time afterwards on that line. So it's like it exhausted all of its energy. All the buyers exhausted everything they had to get it there, and they had nothing left to push it through that line. And thus, the results. Yeah, now Barry shorted it, I think, in the, he was discussing it today at his, I forget what scan, he's got some scan that he's really liking from shorts. I mean, the other thing that I can note is, I don't know if there is or not anymore, it's been a while, but, it's possible there are bag holders still from in here. And, I always reiterate, when you see stuff like this, there's a very good possibility there's people that are just going to keep distributing stock, exhausting. That's, here's the demand, here's the supply. At what point is this exhausted that this no longer outweighs this? We're going back pretty far on that chart that I don't know how many people are still holding, plus how many people wanted to sell for end of year tax purposes, for those losses and things like that. Start to get into some kind of hairy areas for analyzing stock charts, I suppose. But if nothing else, it's a thought. It's there, not to be ignored. So again, fire some questions at me here, folks. We got 16 minutes and change. All right, let's see here. Yeah, and here's the other thing. Everybody's looking at the same kind of levels. Yes, please. So it becomes kind of a psychological game. Who's going to play chicken at these levels? A stock's running up to $10. How many people are going to jump out at 990, 995, knowing that 10's a tough resistance level? These are things that you got to consider. And the same thing going on the downside. Some of these levels are tough to break. Depending too. Obviously, some of these got terrible news. There's no psychological levels other than selling. That's it. So, yeah, Wolfhound, all you have to do is, load that layout without the docking and then start building it into a dock. You'll duplicate the windows into dock windows, arrange them how you want, whether you want to arrange them all in one dock window or you want to arrange them in 5 different dock windows. And then when you are done, delete all the free floating windows and you'll be left with just the docked ones, and then you can save that layout like that. Now, I don't know if you want to keep, backups of each layout, a non-docked and a docked layout for yourself. Leave that up to you, of course. And what I mean by that is this. If we come to File and we go to Save Layout, it always brings us up default layout like this. Saving it like that is the layout that will open with Trade Ideas every single time. But if you notice, in my layouts here, I have a whole bunch of different layouts that I've named different layouts, okay? And I can load those at any single time that I want. It's just that when I load Trade Ideas, default layout here is what will load, and then from there I have to go to load layout and I can load any one of these. So you can rename this whatever you want, and you can see here, dock test, when I was first testing dock layouts, all right? And I just kept that just because. A few different ones here that I was doing with docking, new docking, so on and so forth. And I just happen to keep those for now. But if I ever wanted to go back in time to those, they're labeled as such, and I can go to load layout on File, if I can click the right buttons here. File, load layout, and I can load any one of those layouts that I've saved or renamed. So you can see I have a pre-market layout. I have one for when I streamed in the pre-market at one point. Here's my, I have an evening scan layout, and then, of course, the default layout that's there. And so I think it's good practice too for people to have multiple layouts. Here are a few thoughts that I have about having multiple layouts. One, I think a lot of scans that people use for the pre-market do not translate to regular market hours. As a general rule, there's always exceptions. So I don't see any reason to run, all those scans in the pre-market during the market hours. Free your computer up, free your machine up. So you create a layout that's for the pre-market, and then when the pre-market or your pre-market work is done, you have a layout for the regular market. And then the same kind of concept, you have a layout for the post-market if you do post-market work, okay? I've also seen users that have a layout that they use from market open till, let's say, 11 a.m. And then they feel like the market makes a shift and a change, and then they have a different layout for the rest of the day. Or they have a layout, I've even seen someone that had a layout that was like from 9:30 in the morning Eastern to 11 Eastern. Then they went from 11 till 2 Eastern in the afternoon, and then from 2 to close. They had 3 different layouts they used throughout the day because they had scans tailored to these specific times of the day. This was I'll say, to say the least, it was a power user of Trade Ideas, and they've probably been using the software for 10 years or longer, I'd say, at this point. So obviously they're going to have some more insights and thoughts on it, with that kind of use. But just to give people an idea of, you're not handcuffed to a layout. Your limits or your options are limitless, is what I wanted to say. And it also comes back to, analysis paralysis. You got 30 scans up there, and you're trying to chase 30 different scans, and each one's throwing out, 5-6 alerts a minute or something like that. There's not a human being on this planet that can process that. It's just that simple. So why not have a couple quality scans for different periods of time during the day that you can focus on that quality? It's always going to be, quality is always going to be better than quantity in this realm. Just that simple. So, just some kind of, thoughts there as far as managing things on the layouts. Well, I'm speaking from experience. I mean, what you see here is basically what you get from me on Trade Ideas, what I run during the day. I have these windows here, and these 2 windows are a very narrow set of data. They're both based on my liked list. That's it. They're not looking at the entire stock market. They're only looking at the stocks that I tell them to look at. Then I've grown to really like Barry's moving higher with an unusually strong options volume window for some day trades, especially around earnings season. And I just have Barry's watch list up because I just figured I'd fill space with something, but I had nothing else to put there, and I just decided to put that there. I don't really use it, but just kind of fill up some space with it. And then, aside from what you see there, I have this docked window here, all right? So I have some different stuff that I'm looking at, in my price alerts list. I have a single stock window. Usually this is actually on the SPY, but I was watching the Qs today. I watch the strength alerts here, and then the last window that I run is this here, this compare counts window. That's it. That's everything that I run in Trade ID. I have Brokerage Plus on another page, sorry. But that's it. I'm not running 27 scans at once like that, I don't need to. It doesn't benefit me in any way. If you looked at my layout 6 months after I had joined Trade Ideas, I probably had about 8 alert windows, 6 or 7 topless windows, probably 2 or 3 multi windows, a price alerts window, 20 charts, 4 or 5 single stock windows. I mean, it was ridiculous, and I was the least profitable I've ever been in trading. Now, granted, it was also my first, 3 months of trading, because I didn't start trading right away once I took a Trade Idea subscription. But all the same, probably could have done myself a lot of favors by cutting down the amount of noise that was coming in at any given time. So, all right, we chug along here about 6 minutes and change before I wrap up for the day. So, if we have questions, get those in. Anything we want to cover that we haven't covered, or something you want me to circle back on that you like me to elaborate a little bit more. We're going silent on me in the last couple of minutes here. So, all right, maybe let's scan a few charts together. Let's go through some charts and throw out some ideas here, or throw out some thoughts here. So let's start. We looked at Fleur. Let's look at TGP. What are you looking at here? All right, so you're a buyout with tankers, so nothing doing there. All right, Nucor. We're range bound. All right. We made a move. We couldn't really build on that move now, and we stayed range bound. Volume is declining pretty heavily here as we run up into this kind of resistance on this range here. So, not going to be anything interesting for me there. Not terribly far off an all-time high. That's your all-time high, 128.81. That's going to be back here at the beginning of August 2021. And, I always say this, and I'll say it now. We could wake up tomorrow and it could have gapped up above all this resistance here and looking at a clean shot at all-time highs. But we had some pretty significant decline in volume. It's a little bit inclined the last couple of days. This is a tough area here. Depending on what your kind of risk reward you're looking for here, maybe you're sticking some kind of stop here below 110 maybe if you were interested in it, trying to look for an upside of pushing through all-time highs. It's an okay risk reward outside of my realm, but just thoughts on this. How we could look at it, how we can approach it. So, and I'll also say, as I always do, this opens tomorrow and it starts to push 120, and we see an increase in volume here and an increase in volume on the relative volume. That would certainly make me a lot more interested in considering a position. I'd flip my idea on it real fast, because that's what I do. Today I might be bullish, tomorrow I might be bearish, and vice versa. So just kind of a thought there. LAC. Let's throw that up there. So I'm LTHM. I always play LTHM instead of LAC. I feel like I'd do better if I played LAC, but I don't. Anyways, lithium ion, yes, then crushed it. Kind of a similar chart to LTHM as a matter of fact. But what LTHM suffered was a downgrade. So we had this beautiful long swathing base here, and a cup and a handle, if you will. All right, real deep cup. And this thing just grinding up that line right there until it exploded up here. All right, and we'd pull back to the mean. Established a nice base camp, and it really exploded out of that base camp. Ran out of steam here towards the end of the day. We can see that right here, 34. Looks like it's going to be a tough level. But, we talk about what does extended mean. It had 2 green days in a row. It's really up there. This thing could easily, land up in the mid to upper 30s tomorrow. So is it worth watching? Absolutely. If you don't have a plan for how you want to share size and enter that, don't bother, like I would say with any other stock. But solid looking chart still as far as I'm concerned. I hit 1 or 2 more of these here. Was this General Mills, right? Yep. So another thing to note that last year, 2021, high beta stocks were underperforming the market while low beta stocks were outperforming the market. So you're going to have a low beta here, not just because of the float, but just because of the way it trades. If you don't understand what those things mean, go ahead and Wikipedia it or whatever you want to use to look up things. This is what I'm looking at here. We're within range of an all-time high, and pretty solid looking chart actually here. And we could see, look at this move yesterday. Washout bounce. We washed out some shorts. We came down here, tagged just around the 66 level, off to the races for the last last day and a half now. All right. Got a nice kind of range that's here, so we're kind of setting up depending on what you think might be a stop area. Maybe you think 67 is a good stop area now. Maybe you think 66 is a good stop area now. Maybe you think this breakout level here is a good stop area, whatever that is for a price level. Okay, but whatever you think is that area should be based on how you'd want to share size. But I think it's a nice looking chart for sure. And especially, another thing that I like when I see this 8 EMA kind of make this hook move like that. I really like those kind of moves. Anyways, so GIS and one more chart. What do we want to look at? SBH was Sally Beauty Holdings, right? Yep. All right. We're in this long downward channel here, all right? Now we're in this kind of downward channel. It looks like it wants to still fight its way up. Like to see more volume, obviously. I'm sorry, that's zoomed in on my 15-minute chart there. There we go. Nice strong gap up and a follow through today. Became range bound here. But, volume-wise is not doing anything special, so I'd like to see something more volume-wise to really get me a little more interested in it here. But, if you see something on that chart that you like, for example, we're looking at this wedge here off this gap day here. We've come down, we filled that gap, we're grinding back out of that. Maybe, you see kind of a risk-reward entry that you enjoy there for your trading plan. So, all right, that's going to do it for me here today. As always, I thank everybody for the questions, comments. I do this for you guys to learn and grow and try to help you maybe with some of the growing pains that I had, other users have had, get you over those humps. We succeed when our users succeed, and you guys, as much education as we can get you, certainly knowledge and power and all that kind of stuff like that. So hopefully you found it informative today. I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern, Monday through Friday market days. I go to about 4:30 Eastern each day. The stream that you're on right now, Barry will open it at 9 o'clock each market day, 9 o'clock Eastern each market day in the morning. He'll carry you till about 3:30 when I take it over, give or take on certain days. And that's the format. So subscribe, like, all those things like that as far as the YouTube channel goes. And, again, if you're someone who's kicking the tires, take your time kicking the tires. Don't jump right in. You don't have to. We're going to be here. We're not going anywhere. Market's not going anywhere. The more knowledge you have, the better off I think you are. The people that always suffer the worst in the market are the ones that rush into everything and think they're going to be an overnight success. It's not that kind of world. It's not that kind of game. Regardless of who you see on YouTube telling you it is. Set yourself some realistic expectations. So, all right. Again, thank you all for coming, and we will catch you tomorrow, Wednesday at 3:30 right here. Take care. Good night.